Chapter 29. Arianna. Arianna pivoted and caught Rion's falling form before he could hit the ground. Her elbow collided against the hard earth, and lightning-like pain shot straight through her fingertips. He panted, gripping his shirt so hard his knuckles turned white while Arianna frantically searched his body, trying to find. She gripped the knife in his thigh and yanked it out. Arianna healed the minor wound, but he hardly seemed to notice. His iron grip didn't loosen from his chest, as if the pain were coming from there. She tried to move his hands, searching for any sign of injury, but his skin was intact, and the rest of his body unmarred. Voices neared, and the sound of stomping feet had her heart beating faster. She looked out over the field, panic rising. There was no place to hide. Nothing she could do. "Rion," she murmured, running her hands through his hair. "Tell me what's wrong."
"I can't breathe."
Couldn't breathe. She scrambled for the blade, brought it to her nose, and recoiled, hurling the knife as far across the field as possible. Poison, and it had reacted fast, which meant she didn't have much time. A mocking laugh echoed from the tree line, and Arianna growled as their pursuers emerged one by one.
"How does that serum feel, General?"
He spat the last word with a mocking tone, and Rion turned a murderous glare toward the male. It took her a long moment to recognize him. Then she placed his scent. Rion gritted his teeth.
"I should have killed you."
The assassination attempt. They were the ones who'd escaped after Rion killed most of their comrades. Rion rose to his elbows, that intimidating feral growl rumbling deep in his chest. He showed his teeth, summoned his magic, and a few of those stalking toward them paused. Fear leaked from the warriors, and they exchanged uneasy glances. Then Rion's magic fell. The male with the smirk on his face flipped a blade in one hand.
"Too bad you didn't. Don't quite live up to your reputation, do you?"
Arianna glared at him. "Says the one who ran with his tail between his legs." The male growled at her, and Rion answered in kind, trying to push his body to a seated position. He didn't succeed.
"Stupid female. He'd be dead if not for you. I don't know what's more sickening. You helping this creature, or your willingness to lie with it?"
He spat on the ground, then shifted his attention back to Rion.
"I hope it hurts. I hope you feel every agonizing second as your organs shut down and you suffocate."
He stepped forward.
"And when you can't move, I'll make you watch as I do whatever I please with this female before tearing her apart."
Arianna stood, searing rage coursing through her body. She met the unflinching scrutiny of each warrior who stood before her, wanting to kill the male she'd grown to love.
"Arianna."
Her skin crawled with the way he said her name. She looked back, and her heart ached at the fear in his gaze, at the longing for a life that might have been. No, he couldn't give up. Not yet. Sweat rolled down his beautiful face, and his soft hair hung over desperate eyes. She knew what he wanted. "I can't."
"Please,"
he begged. Please run, live. But how could she after everything they'd been through? How could she just turn her back on him like everyone else? Arianna growled, the sound reverberating in her chest. After all the pain this world had caused him, she clenched her fists. Damn the ancient texts. Damn Alastriona, and damn this war. She'd live for nothing and no one except Rion.
"The poison will kill him no matter what you do. There's no antidote."
The male picked at his nails as if bored.
"So, run if you can, fight if you want. Either way, I'll enjoy it."
He smiled, cruel and wicked.
"And while you do, you can envision him weak, gasping for breath, suffering as a demon should."
More warriors emerged from the trees, all lining up behind their new leader. She gaped at them as they drew their weapons, and their bloodlust sent a chill crawling across her skin. 24 at least. How was she supposed to fight so many? Her heart stuttered and hot tears rolled down her cheeks. Ariana clenched her fists and turned back to stare into those beautiful green eyes. This could be it. This could be the last time she saw them open and pleading. Even if she won and killed every warrior standing in her way, she had no way of knowing whether her magic could save him, or if she'd even get to it in time. But she couldn't leave him either. Setting her jaw, Ariana dropped into a stance and yanked her magic from the air, surrounding herself and Rion in 1,000 tiny droplets. The setting sun reflected from their surface, but it would fade soon, just like Rion if she didn't hurry. The leader smiled and pulled another blade from his belt.
Get out of here.
Rion's desperate, ragged voice struck her to the core. Ariana didn't turn.
I won't abandon you.
The warriors sprinted forward, and Ariana pivoted, yanking the fluid from their rising magic before they even neared. She spun the liquid around her body, solidifying it into sharp spears of ice before launching it back to her opponents. 3 fell, 2 grabbing at their pierced throats while another held his chest. Their comrades growled, but Ariana returned their aggression, refusing to submit to intimidation. Their lines gathered, and the warriors fell upon her like a swarm to a hive. Ariana danced through her opponents, praying someone hadn't coated the blades in whatever foul concoction had incapacitated Rion. Her heart seized. He was wheezing now, struggling to keep air moving in and out of his lungs. The more he fought, the faster the poison would spread, and she knew he'd never stop fighting, just like she'd never stop protecting him. Ariana's hand grazed 2 warriors, and she robbed their body's water supply. She circled around Rion, hovering her magic as an impenetrable defense, then launched another arsenal of frozen blades to incapacitate her opponents. She didn't have time for mercy. It was them or Rion. A blade slashed across her right arm, another cut her leg, and though the younger version of herself might have succumbed to fear and doubt, the new version, the version Rion had helped build, let her mind clear. She wasn't a scared little girl anymore. She'd trained with Talon for years and survived 16 months of enslavement. Ariana had battled warriors from Brona and lived to tell the tale. She fought at the demon's side, struggle after struggle, and she'd prevailed. Ariana would not falter now. Consequence and excuse faded. She let her body move, reacting from muscle memory alone. Ariana stole one of the male's swords and slashed it across his comrade's torso, ducking to avoid another's swing. She let out a slow breath and danced to the left, driving her magic forward and backward in a wave that left her enemies scrambling. Twist, pull, pivot. Keep moving, keep breathing, hold nothing back. She became one with the water, a current of her own making, even as a clock ticked in the back of her mind. A clock carrying the sound of Rion's every breath. It slowed with each warrior that fell. Ariana moved faster. It slowed again. Faster. She could do this. She had to. Hurry. Rion ceased growling at their enemies. He didn't pull at the magic in his veins or try to twist his head to follow her movements. Tears slid down her face as that clock grew even slower, weaker. She wasn't going to make it. No matter how hard she fought, no matter how bad she wanted it, she wasn't going. A knife plunged into her side. Then a fist slammed against her face. Ariana tried to catch her breath, but a foot collided with her chest, stealing the air from her lungs. She fell right beside Rion and coiled in on herself. Ariana. His voice was barely a whisper. She lifted her head and peered into those beautiful emerald eyes, studied the golden specks that no longer danced. There were tears there, just like when they'd first made love. Please, he begged. Please,
Don't make me watch you die.
Death? She'd never given much thought as to how it'd greet her. She thought she'd have endless years to watch her sister grow into a wise leader. She thought she'd have the chance to marry, raise children of her own, and fade with the land when her time came. But if death was going to reach out its gruesome hand, then she'd bring it a gift. Because if she couldn't save him, if she failed, then every last one of those responsible were coming with her. Her magic flared, circling their bodies in a violent storm of sharpened ice and stinging snow. With a cry, Ariana scooted a foot beneath her body and yanked the knife from her side. She stared into Rion's dimming gaze, craving nothing more than to see a smile on his face once more. She choked on the tears. If he died, if he died. An earth-shattering roar filled her ears, and Ariana threw her body over Rion's, cradling his head against her chest. Warriors broke from the tree line, and those who'd been advancing on her found themselves at the end of a blade. One male sliced through her enemies in an elegant dance. Her heart pounded, hope blossoming amidst the panic and despair. Talon's honey-brown hair gleamed in the sunlight as he cut down warrior after warrior, twirling through them with a grace she'd always envied. His magic moved in unison with his body, water flowing from one limb to the next, striking and returning and striking again. He'd found her. Talon had finally found her. "It's okay now," she whispered through grateful tears. "Everything is going to be okay." She rocked Rion and ran her fingers through his sweat-soaked hair, his entire body tense. His eyes moved without seeing, and his breathing. Gods, she needed to do something about his breathing. She needed time, space, concentration. She wasn't even sure her plan would work. Talon felled the last of the enemy by ripping out his throat. He spit it on the ground, then turned to her, blood dripping down his chin and gore splattered across his torso. Their eyes met, and tears fell from her face as relief flooded his. He was here. Gods, Talon was really here. Talon signaled for his comrades and barked orders that had them dispersing in various directions. He was at her side in seconds, lifting her face with his hands, gently brushing her tears away with his thumbs. Ariana. Her name was a prayer on his lips, and she knew he was silently thanking whatever God had finally brought them together. He sat straighter, glanced toward the opposite tree line, and let a low growl rumble through his chest. "We have to go." Talon took her wrist, but Ariana turned toward Rion. He was too still, not even bothering to growl at the warriors who surrounded them. Did he know they were from Moirin, or had the poison made him unaware, or worse? "He comes with us." Talon nodded, but upon seeing Rion, everything in her friend curled in on itself like a viper. The snarl that reverberated from his body echoed through her chest. He gripped his weapon tighter, and water surrounded his body, solidifying to sharpened ice. Ariana responded in kind. She held Rion's head protectively, glaring at the confused male before her. "Do you know who that is?" "Yes." Talon's jaw ticked, and his head whipped around again. She knew by the worry in his gaze that they were in danger. The battle still waged, Moirin and Brona fighting as they'd done for a decade. "What's wrong with him?" he growled. "Poison." She stiffened at his chuckle. "Serves him right." The fiercest snarl to ever escape her lips had Talon backpedaling. She stood, and the magic rose with her, increasing in tempo. It hit his skin, melting on contact. "I said, he comes with us." She was running out of time. Rion wasn't responding, and his heart, that slow, sloshing beat, was enough to make panic course through her anew. "Please." Talon clenched his jaw, nodded, and let his magic fade. She gritted her teeth and draped one of Rion's arms around her shoulder. Talon took the other, glaring at Rion as if he were a parasite. She didn't care. So long as Talon helped her get him to safety, wherever that was. They ran, Talon's warriors forming a tight circle around the trio. Her legs throbbed and threatened to buckle beneath the added weight, but she had to keep going. He was still going. Rion was fighting. She'd fight too. The group disappeared into the trees, running, running, running until she was sure her body would give out. One of Talon's warriors veered to the left, and they followed. He pulled thick branches away from the side of a rocky hill, revealing the mouth of a dark den, and they ducked inside. Talon assisted her with pulling Rion toward the back, and they laid him on the cold ground. Then Talon backed away. Ariana cupped Rion's head. His eyes slit long enough to look at her, but she couldn't be sure how much he understood. Without looking at Talon, Ariana placed her hands over Rion's chest. She searched along the bloodstream, listening to Rion's ragged breath, and focused on his lungs first. The world and its noise faded until Rion's pulse was the only thing echoing through her body. She furrowed her brow, focusing on the bloodstream and the tissues that had begun to decay. Sludge. Thick, undiluted sludge. That's what the poison felt like. It coated everything in its path. Ariana quelled her rising panic and trapped one small particle at a time, forming them into a sphere so tiny it would slide through his sweat glands. She formed another and another, isolating, holding. A tear slid down her face. She swallowed and prayed to the gods that Rion wouldn't die from what she was about to do. With another breath, Ariana pulled the poison from his blood, through his muscles and out his skin. His body arced, writhing in agony, and Rion's hoarse voice pierced her soul. Chapter 30. Rion. Run, Ariana. It was a mantra in his head. He'd started whispering it over and over, praying she'd listen, but his lips had numbed and ceased moving. Then his eyes had gone hazy, and his hearing faded in and out. He could hear the growls, hear her fighting, and when her body covered his, he was sure she'd fall still and silent. So sure, he was willing to die right there with her. But her hands had brushed through his hair, and she'd whispered while holding him in a protective embrace. He couldn't make out the words, couldn't concentrate as his body fought against every command. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Ariana might still be able to save him. It was clear she had no other plans, and if she was protecting him, then maybe she stood a chance. But he still wished she'd run. Moments later, a snarl ripped from her throat so loud and fierce he'd snapped to, but only for a moment. A male from Moirin. She was safe then, protected. But two sets of arms lifted him from the ground, and Rion knew he had one more task to complete, to stay alive long enough for her to try. Because if she didn't, she'd never forgive herself, and Rion wouldn't let her suffer that torment. So, though it felt as if 1,000 shards of glass ran through his lungs, though his body longed to give up and rest, Rion forced air into his chest over and over again. Seemingly, only moments later, her magic seeped into him, warm and welcoming. Soon, he promised his body, soon, the pain would recede. Ariana would do it. Ariana would. Pain lanced through his core like a hot iron, and he couldn't hold it in. Rion screamed, thrashing against the agony that felt like a demon ripping the soul from his body. When it subsided, he drew in a trembling breath, but his body felt brittle and broken. Seconds later, it filled, sweeping that unbearable ache away as if it never existed. Then it happened all over again, and again. It tore through him in an endless cycle. Pain, relief, pain, relief, pain. Tears ran down his face as he fought, desperate to escape. He pleaded, thrashed, but it just kept coming. And Rion realized this was hell. He'd failed Ariana and somehow slipped into the world beyond. and this time, there was no escape. Chapter 31. Ariana. Rion's body arched off the floor again. His voice echoed through the small den, and that painful cry was enough to rend her heart in two. Tears streamed down Ariana's face, but she couldn't stop, not if she wanted him to live. So she kept pulling the poison out, a portion of liquid with it, and replaced the lost fluid with fresh water. "Forgive me." She could have sworn Talon smirked at Rion's plight, but that smirk vanished, and his lips parted as the slow realization of her actions came crashing over him. "You're healing him." She didn't answer, but Talon quickly ordered his warriors to stand guard outside. She panted, her body almost spent. Sweat poured down her face, but Ariana collected particles of poison again and yanked it from his blood, letting the foul mixture splatter against the far wall. Talon tapped his foot, glancing at the entrance. "If you keep doing that, someone's going to find us." She growled, and he stepped back, letting her work without further interruption. If he questioned her actions, he didn't voice it, at least not yet. Questions would come later when she had Rion stable and breathing on his own. Ariana soothed his lungs, repairing the damage inflicted by the toxin. With each piece of tissue she healed, something unraveled in her chest. She kept at it. Pull, fill, pull, fill, until there was nothing left, and she collapsed against the moss-covered wall with sweat stinging her eyes. Ariana leaned her head back, listening to the sweet song of Rion's strong heart. She pulled his head under her lap and cracked one eye open to find Talon staring. His gaze traveled over the male the world loathed and lingered on the way her fingers brushed through his hair. One of Talon's warriors poked his head through the curtain of brush. "It'd be best to wait here until nightfall." Talon nodded. "We couldn't leave if we wanted to." His gaze shifted back to Ariana, and the warriors followed. She couldn't read his expression, but one look had him leaving the den without question. Rion inhaled, the sound no longer a rasp in his chest. Time crawled, and crickets began chirping outside while she kept a careful eye on Rion's body, watching his chest rise and fall. She prayed it never stopped. She didn't know for sure if she'd gotten everything out, or how much damage might linger. Ariana wasn't even sure he'd wake again. Talon made a fire and had his warriors deliver wood and water. She relished in the heat, wishing she could move closer, but Ariana didn't dare leave Rion's side. Talon finally rose and approached slowly. She leaned over Rion as if she might protect him, and hurt flashed across Talon's face. He sat at her side, a careful distance away, and offered her a water skin. She took a long, slow drink, leaning her head back against the dense dirt wall. The fire crackled in the stillness, and she cast another glance at Talon. She looked away when he caught her staring. He was here. He'd kept his promise and come for her, but so much had changed. "I'm sorry." Talon's voice was soft. He clasped his fingers together and leaned forward. "I looked for you every day, every moment." He eyed Rion, then met her apprehensive gaze. "Are you good?" Ariana let out a long, slow breath. Her shoulders relaxed, and she finally took in the scent of the male beside her. How many nights had they spent together like this at the summer retreat, watching a fire and the lake's shimmering surface? How many times had Ellie convinced them to dive in, guided by moonlight as they discussed bright futures full of happiness and love? The male beside her was a comrade and her closest friend. He was someone she could trust with not only her life, but her secrets as well. "I was a prisoner and a slave," she began. Talon stiffened, his gaze falling to the scars around her wrists. "I suffered a lot, but I was never those things to him." She brushed Rion's hair out of his face. At least, not for long.
Tell me everything.
So she did. Ariana sat with Rion's head in her lap and recounted every step she'd taken from the moment Talon had shoved her upriver in that little canoe. She told him about the first time she'd been clasped in chains and how she hid her fae form from prying eyes. She elaborated on the fear that consumed her and the promise that kept her going as the slavers dragged her further and further from home. Ariana told him about the attack on her slavers' caravan. She detailed the death of the young female and her heartbreak with it. Then she told him how she'd arrived inside the demon's cabin. She paused then, before telling him a story about a male that wasn't quite as malevolent as everyone made him out to be. Talon listened, far more intently than she expected. He only interrupted to ask for clarification, and once she finished, Talon looked at Rion with just a little less malice. "I'm sorry," he said again. "I know it does nothing for your pain, but I don't know what else to say. I can't ever begin to make up for that night. If I'd just gone with you, then maybe." She placed a hand on his arm. "You did more for me today than you'll ever know." Talon laid his hand over hers and lightly grasped her fingers. She looked ready to say more when Rion grimaced. Talon stiffened all over again, but Ariana leaned forward, running her hands through Rion's hair, whispering words of comfort. Those impossibly beautiful eyes cracked open, and her tears were already flowing anew. He was alive. Rion was alive. He took an unsteady breath and reached up to tenderly run his fingertips down her cheek. "This can't be hell if you're here." She clutched him closer, sobbing now. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He wrapped his arm around the back of her head weakly and swallowed to clear his throat.
"For what?"
"I had to get the poison out. There wasn't another way. I couldn't think of another way to—"
"Ariana."
She pulled back to look at him, and he tried wiping her tears away.
"Don't apologize.
Rion's gaze slid to Talon's. Neither male moved. Ariana placed a reassuring hand on Rion's shoulder. "Rion, this is Talon." She turned to her childhood friend. "And Talon, this is Rion." Talon's gaze flickered to hers, back to Rion, then to her again, as if he weren't sure what to do with himself. Despite the struggle, he sighed and said,
"Though I'd love nothing more than to rip your throat from your body."
Ariana growled.
"I haven't seen her in a long, long time, and a fight wasn't in the reunion plans, so I'll make a deal with you. Keep your vile magic to yourself, and I'll do the same."
Rion chuckled, though it was far too strained for her liking.
"And here I was going to thank you for saving her life. Glad to know where we stand."
Talon hissed.
"Our issues have nothing to do with her. I'll gladly give my life for Ariana's sake." "As would I."
"You! Talon!" He quieted at her tone. "I think we've all seen enough fighting for one day." His gaze softened, then looked over her body. Rion's eyes followed, and both males noted her cuts, though she doubted either could see the stab in her side.
"Will you let me see to those?"
Talon asked. Ariana looked at Rion, then back to Talon. "I'd like to say no, but—" She stretched her side and winced. Talon was on his feet before she could say another word. He opened his pack and rummaged through its contents, pulling out ointment, a rag, and bandages.
"It'll be easier if I can see what I'm doing."
Rion sat up slowly, moving to lean against the den's wall. She stood and hissed, gripping her side. Talon was there a moment later, guiding her closer to the fire. Ariana lifted the hem of her shirt, and both males' scents shifted with fury. The knife had entered her body right above the last one. She didn't miss Talon eyeing her scar. Talon pulled water from the air to fill a bowl and set to cleaning her wound. She glanced at Rion and found him watching Talon with an intense gaze. Right, Territorial, though if a female were to put her hands on Rion, Ariana wasn't sure she'd have the strength to remain so calm. Talon pulled stitching from his pack next, and she closed her eyes to the burning of the needle piercing her flesh. He wrapped a bandage around her stomach, tied it off, and saw to her other wounds. Ariana was too tired to argue otherwise. Once he finished, Ariana stood, but he grasped her wrist with a gentle touch. Rion's magic sputtered to life, rising from the ground around her, and Talon responded, leaping in front of Ariana, his own magic flaring. She'd had enough. Enough of the fighting, of crying, of everything. She burst in a kaleidoscope of ice, snow, and water, the magic swirling around their bodies in such suddenness that both males turned to her with their mouths gaping. "Enough!" she roared. Then the tears were falling all over again, and Ariana sank to her knees from exhaustion, the magic fading as quickly as it had come. Silence filled the space for a time, the tension in the den so thick she could have cut it with a blade. Rion struggled to his feet, one arm draped across his chest as he limped toward her in pain. He eyed Talon a moment, then moved past him, sinking to his knees before Ariana. He pulled her into his chest and buried his head in her hair. Talon turned away. Talon's warrior reported in every so often, though if she didn't know better, she guessed the male was checking on his commander's well-being. Ariana shifted positions and let Rion rest in her lap. He fell asleep quickly, one hand holding onto hers. She caught Talon staring at them, and the reality of her situation hit her. Talon was here, which meant she'd be going home. She'd been discussing it with Rion on the mountain, but how was she going to convince Talon or the other Fae in Moirin that Rion wasn't a threat? It wasn't as if she could march him through the city gates and expect her people to just accept him. Ariana chewed her lip. She was the divine. If she took up that role, things would change. She'd stop the war. But would declaring herself queen prevent her from being with the one she loved? Would the Fae of Alastriona accept him on her word alone? She could always approach her father first. It would take some explaining, but with Talon there, she might be able to set up a meeting, have the two talk. No, her father would demand his execution. Then, maybe... A soft touch startled her, and Talon half drew his weapon when her adrenaline spiked. She gave both males a half-hearted smile. "Sorry." Rion tilted his head toward Talon and his half-drawn blade. Ariana eyed them both, ready to intervene again, but Talon sheathed his weapon. "What's wrong?" Rion asked. She gazed into those emerald eyes, watching the firelight dance in them, illuminating the flecks of gold within the irises. "Just thinking." "Worrying, more like," Talon retorted. Rion shot him a glance, but there was no malice in it. "She's always been like that, one to worry about the world's problems while trying to solve them on her own." Rion stroked her arm with a feather-light touch, and Ariana didn't miss the murderous gleam in Talon's gaze. "You two know one another," she accused. Talon glanced away, and Rion turned his head when she looked to him for answers. "Tell me." Talon kept his gaze averted. "It's not hard to guess." Her lips parted. "You fought?" Talon smirked. "I damn near killed him once. You didn't escape unscathed." "No, but I didn't have a healer." Talon's gaze drifted to Ariana then, and he lowered his head. She'd been hoping to delay that conversation. "How long have you known?" She swallowed. "Since I was 14. "Did you tell Ellie?" Ariana shook her head. Talon looked dumbfounded. "All those times your father berated you, put your name in the dirt, and you just took it?" He leaned forward. "You're the queen of our people, Ariana. You have a responsibility to fulfill." Rion barely held in his growl. "She's obligated to no one. You have no right to intervene. She's not—" "Calm down," Rion hissed.
You'll only upset her further."
Talon, who looked ready to murder, turned a concerned eye toward her. Ariana kept her mouth closed and refused to meet his gaze.
"You could stop the war,"
Talon said, his voice softer. She still couldn't look at him. "I know." It's what she'd been telling herself all along. She was supposed to be their queen. But what did she know about leadership? And if she took up that title, Rion might not have a place in her life at all. Chapter 32. Talon. Talon stood at the den's entrance, blowing warm air into his hands as he stared up at the midnight sky. Stars sparkled in its vast expanse, and though it looked like home, this barbaric land was far from it. He longed for the way the mists curled from the bottom of the falls, the gentle breeze that shifted through the rocks, seemingly carrying magic of its own. He blew out a long sigh. The divine. The gentle girl he'd grown up beside had turned into a strong female. He'd trained her even when her father had declared her a lost cause. He remembered the extra nightly lessons and the way she strove to improve so that one day, perhaps her father could look at her with fresh eyes. But no amount of training could have prepared her for the horrors she'd faced. She'd spent over a year in slavery, beaten and tormented as if she were another lowly half-breed. He clenched his fists. They'd beaten his queen. Their queen. He knew she needed time to process, but he couldn't let her throw her future away for that demon. He wouldn't. It was a facade. The creature would tire of her eventually, and it would leave Ariana heartbroken. She'd carry a reputation she didn't deserve, suffering from all his failings. Talon tried to quiet the raging storm in his blood. He could tell from their scents just how close they were. Everyone in Moirin would scent it too. And her father? Talon shivered. If she told her father the truth, he wasn't sure what would happen. Talon ducked his head inside the den, caught the demon's attention, and jerked his chin outside. He'd have to deal with this another way. If the demon traveled to Moirin, they'd kill him. And if Ariana tried to defend the creature, her people might cast her into exile. He couldn't let that happen. The insufferable creature took his time, leaving Talon to shiver in the cold, but he couldn't risk Ariana overhearing. She'd fight it. Hell, the demon might fight it too. The demon exited the den, and the scent of him was enough to make Talon's blood race. He'd spent years trying to catch this male, helping his previous commanders try to locate him and lay a trap. But no matter how hard they worked, this creature always thwarted them, and their plans backfired tenfold. The demon's quick eyes took in Talon's sentinels standing at a distance, surveying the pair with hands on their weapons. Talon didn't miss the way the earth danced at his feet, staying low to the ground. He hated that magic and the smell of it. The creature Ariana called Rion leaned against the wall at the entrance and tilted his head toward the dark sky. To a stranger's eye, he might have appeared like any other Fae, but Talon knew better. "You know who she is," Talon began. "I know who she is. Then you know she needs to return to Moirin." It all made sense now. Why the fairy folk danced in her presence, how despite a shy demeanor, she drew everyone in, and why the idea of killing had always twisted her stomach in knots. Rion's jaw clenched. "What exactly do you want from me?" "Don't play games." "I won't force her. She's free to make her own decisions." Yes, she was, but some decisions would have a lifelong impact and put her in more danger than it was worth. "She believes you love her." "I do." Talon clenched his jaw this time. "Then don't condemn her to your way of life." Rion didn't look at him. "She may want to believe you redeemed, but I know the truth. I've seen the treacherous acts you've committed firsthand. Don't pretend your hands are clean." Memories surfaced, memories he longed to forget. He'd learned the consequences to his actions at far too young an age.
A life spent with you is a life spent on the run. A constant struggle to survive. You're strong, there's no denying that. But how long will it take before someone realizes you care for her? How long before she's injured or worse? I can protect her.
Talon continued as if Rion hadn't spoken. Do you think she'll be happy with that life? Do you think she'll be happy seeing the male she loves? He choked on the word. Fight to protect her? To constantly worry whether you'll come home? Talon shook his head, hating his next words.
And what if you have children? Because she wants children someday. Are you certain you can protect them as well?
Rion remained silent, and Talon let his breath cloud in the frigid air.
She'd be better off if you disappeared. She'd look for me. You and I both know it.
He did. Ariana would search until the end of time. He knew how persistent she could be. He'd seen her push herself until her hands bled and exhaustion drove her to her knees. Talon glanced back into the den, noting the rise and fall of her chest. He lowered his voice to a near whisper.
Did you kill her mother?
Somehow, Ariana's father had kept her mother's death a secret, but his advisors knew the truth. The commanders knew the truth, but now that he saw the demon up close, he wanted to hear it from the creature's mouth.
No,
Talon snorted.
Convenient to deny it now. Everyone already believed me a monster.
Rion glanced at his hand.
And at my core, maybe I am. Maybe there's nothing I can do to cleanse my soul. I kidnapped her as part of some political bargain. The High Lord needed access to a nearby piece of land. I was to set her free afterward.
Rion ground his teeth.
But a shadow crept into her room that night, and by the time I scented his presence, it was too late. A shadow? From fear.
Talon's eyes widened.
We've had peace with them for 50 years. Why would they?
Unless they wanted Moirin and Brona to go to war. Their two countries had been prosperous and powerful. The two smaller countries didn't stand a chance against their combined forces. Talon shook his head. He'd consult with the other commanders and work through those details later.
If you didn't murder the Lady of Moirin, then why take credit for it?
Rion gave him a hard look.
Who would have believed me? You, your lord, my brother?
He shook his head.
Why fight to clear your name of one murder when your hands are already stained with so many? It started the war and gave me freedom.
Talon's mouth gaped.
You've never experienced the hatred I have. You've never had to defend yourself in your home from your own brethren. You've never scented malice from your kinfolk and walked down familiar streets with a target on your back. When the opportunity arose for me to leave, I relished in it. And because of that, I met her.
Rion looked behind him, toward the sleeping female by the fire. Talon looked at her too, but if she stayed with him...
All the more reason for you to let her go. And how would you have me do that? You said it yourself. Everyone believes you a monster.
A low growl.
I will not hurt her. So you'll have her track you through miles upon miles of enemy territory? You'll have her taint her good name just so you don't have to lose her?
Rion didn't respond.
You've pretended before. It shouldn't be hard for you to do it again.
Chapter 33. Ariana. Ariana jolted awake, adrenaline flooding her body before she remembered she was in a small den with Talon and Rion. Safe, at least for the time being. They were still in the middle of a war zone. She sat up and stretched her sore body. So many things had happened yesterday. Brona's main camp had fallen. She thought she'd lost the male she loved. She'd been reunited with a childhood friend. But today would be harder. Today, she had decisions to make. Rion sat at the entrance, his jaw clenching and unclenching as he stared through the brush into the world beyond. Something was off. Did he feel the heaviness she felt, or was there something else weighing on his mind? Talon sat across from him, clutching his weapon in one hand. She wondered if they had spoken, or sat in silence all night, insulted one another, more like. Both males turned when she stood. Talon was the first to speak. "It's time to go." Her heart fluttered, and Rion seemed to sit straighter. She had a lot to figure out and a short amount of time to do it. Perhaps they could stop somewhere on the outskirts of Moirin's capital city, and she could go explain things to her father. After all, Rion was just another warrior. A dangerous one, yes, but one that no longer posed a threat to her country. Talon stomped out their small fire, then turned to Rion, studying the male warily. She knew Talon would struggle with the change, too. He'd been fighting Brona on the front lines for most of his teenage and adult life, and he'd have to explain to her father why he hadn't killed the demon on sight. Rion stood. "I'll leave her in your care, then." Ariana's heart jolted. "You're not coming with us?" He didn't look at her.
"I can't go to Moirin."
"We'll find a way," she promised. "I'm sure I can convince—"
"I don't want to go to Moirin."
Oh, well, that certainly changed things. But of course, he wouldn't want to go to Moirin. He was more hated there than in his own country. Nothing would change for him. "Okay, where do you want to go then?" Talon's gaze shot toward her, but she ignored it.
"Home."
Home, to Brona. But he'd said he didn't have anyone there. His sister, maybe, if he were willing to rekindle their relationship, but he hadn't been there in years. He'd said so himself. Could she travel to Brona? She could if she went as the Divine. They'd welcome her just like those from Rion's camp. "Then I'll go with you."
"Ariana,"
Talon protested.
"I don't want you to come with me."
She flinched. Rion's intonation hit far harder than his words. Cold. So very cold. Panic crept into her voice. "I don't understand." His heart beat wildly now, but he turned to her with a wicked smile. Something she'd only seen him show his enemies.
"The game's been fun, don't you think?"
Rion tilted his head toward Talon.
"She was certainly sweet."
A rage-filled snarl ripped from Talon's throat, but she was between them before Talon could lunge. "Stop it! Both of you! Rion!" She thought she saw him flinch at his name. "What's going on?" He stared at her for a long moment, seeming to consider. Then that same wicked smile returned.
"I'm a demon, remember?"
"You're not."
"Oh, but I am. You think you're the first female I've toyed with. Certainly the most interesting."
He laughed, and a chill ran down her spine.
"You soaked up every word like a child starved for affection."
"Stop it!" Rion stepped toward her, and Talon pulled her behind his body. Rion smiled again.
"Relax. I wouldn't want to kill her, precious Talon. I'll leave her for you. Part of the enjoyment is knowing they're still alive, knowing the demon has forever tainted their bodies."
Talon growled.
"Leave."
Rion smirked, gave her a final look, and brushed the shrubbery to the side as he left the den. She stood there immobilized, breath barely escaping her lips. Despite his words, Rion's heart continued to pound, his breathing too fast. No, this was because of Talon. He said something to Rion last night. That had to be it. He was leaving because they'd agreed returning to Moirin was in her best interest. He was just trying to hurt her. Ariana ripped her arm from Talon's grasp and ran from the den. Rion had only made it a few steps. "You don't have to do this. We'll figure it out. We can leave Moirin and Brona behind. We'll travel across the sea, whatever you want." His heart skipped, but when he turned, that same wicked smile still marred his face.
"Persistent, aren't you? Or is it desperation?"
He sighed and shook his head as if speaking to a child.
"Let me spell it out plainly."
Rion met her gaze then, his hard and unflinching.
"I don't want you anymore."
"Then why did you say all those things to me?" He shrugged and made a show of thinking.
"I find it fun."
He ran his eyes up and down her form.
"And I would have said anything to get that body on top of mine. My commanders chose well. I'll have to reward them when I get back. Maybe I'll get another plaything just as sweet."
He turned, and Ariana stared at his back, clinging to the sound of his racing heart. Tears formed at the corners of her eyes. "Rion." He didn't turn, and her heart fractured a bit. His earth floated up, dancing around him as if he didn't have a care in the world. "Rion!" He shifted into a sprint, moving further and further away, and something in her splintered. "Rion!" She screamed, hit her knees, and Ariana's heart shattered completely.
Chapter 34. Rion. Rion sprinted through the forest like a male on his first hunt, loud, sloppy, untrained. His mind whirled, raging a war within itself that he still wasn't sure he could win. He'd never given much thought to his name, but in that moment, he wished he'd been called something else. Anything else.
"Rion!"
The pain in her voice, the sorrow he had caused. It almost made him turn around and fall to his knees right there and beg her forgiveness for the vile words that had fallen from his lips. But Talon was right. What kind of life could he expect her to live at his side? Even if they ran, how long would it take for someone to find them, for his enemies to catch up? His gut twisted with the earth that swirled around his body. He'd never see her again. He hadn't even had time to process it or properly say goodbye. They'd held one another through the night. She'd saved his life more than once. And gods, he'd broken her. But maybe not completely. She'd mourn for him, mourn for the time they'd spent in one another's arms. But she'd spoken fondly of Talon before. Perhaps that male could put her back together. He could give her the life Rion couldn't. He could protect her. It didn't make the pain in his chest lessen. Ariana would take up her title as queen, and they'd request his presence at formal meetings. He'd refuse, as his siblings would expect, because he had a reputation. Rion gritted his teeth, and that reputation was exactly what had caused him to lose the only thing he'd ever cared about. It was fitting, really. He deserved punishment for the sins he'd committed. He deserved to yearn for her, to hear about her for the rest of his life, and never be able to see her beautiful face. Because the demon lord of Brona should never have fallen for a lady of Moirin. Chapter 35. Talon. Talon sat before a fire, watching Ariana's sleeping form. Two of his warriors stood outside the cave, keeping careful watch over the landscape while the other 6 slept, preparing for the journey home. They were out of Brona territory now, but slavers and hosts of other unfriendly companies still roamed the wilds. He'd take no chances where Ariana was concerned. He wrung his hands together and glanced at her again. She'd crumbled to the dirt when the demon left, folding in on herself, clutching her chest as if someone had ripped out her heart. She'd screamed, and his blood still ran cold when he thought about that pain-filled shriek. All for that creature. Rion had done his job well. So well, in fact, that Talon had wanted to rip him to shreds for the indecent things he'd spoken. The demon hadn't let his mask slip once, but that racing heart had Talon wondering, could such a creature care for another? Had he truly loved Ariana? No. Talon clenched his hands together.
He'd seen the demon rip mothers away from their children, crush brothers, fathers, and sisters without a passing glance. He'd seen a male beg for his life, only to be silenced with a swift flick of the demon's wrist. So why did his heart ache? What made him want to chase that creature down and formulate a new plan? Ariana's eyes fluttered open, and she sat up, glancing for a brief moment at the sleeping males surrounding her before meeting Talon's gaze. Guilt crashed through him like a tidal wave. He'd done this. He was the cause of her tear-streaked face, the bags beneath her eyes. Talon had never seen his childhood friend so broken. "Are you hungry?" He kept his voice low, hoping the others wouldn't wake. She just shook her head and stared at the fire. After a moment, Ariana rose and padded toward the cavern's entrance. Talon followed. He didn't know what to say or do. She longed for a creature as vile as they came, and he'd been the one to send said creature away. He should be relieved. He'd imagined finding her 100 times. The two would smile, embrace, and race home to tell Ellie the good news. Things would return to normal, and he'd ask her out to dinner. Maybe they'd take a stroll through the streets or swim beneath the giant falls. Moirin would celebrate with a party as grand as the solstices, and her father would make a speech about his daughter's triumphant return. He'd imagined her in a dress to match her eyes, the fabric flowing with the waters that surrounded the capital city. And she'd be happy, smiling for all to see. But reality was a cruel thing. This wasn't happiness. This was sorrow and unending pain. Part of him felt as though he'd taken her prisoner, clasping shackles around her heart instead of her wrists. Gods, had he done the right thing? But what other choice did he have? Avalon believed the demon killed his mate. He'd never forgive. Would such knowledge help Ariana recover, or send her spiraling into a deeper depression? And what if she never snapped out of it? Ariana drew the blanket tighter around her shoulders. No, he tried to convince himself. She would heal. Ellie would know what to do when they arrived in Lavia. It wasn't as if Ariana and the demon were mates. He gritted his teeth, a new reality sinking in. The demon wasn't her mate, and neither was he. Her mate would be the king of Alastriona, the strongest Fae to walk the continent. Once she found him, that bond would snap into place, and she'd forget all about the demon and their kiss. A fresh tear rolled down her face, and Talon's heart clenched. "We're stopping at the summer house tomorrow." She didn't look at him. "I'll send a runner ahead to inform your father, but we'll keep your return quiet until you're ready." If the city got wind of it too soon, every Fae in the capital would gather to welcome her home. She already looked ready to crumble. He didn't think a celebration would help. Ariana turned and headed back for her bedroll without a word. She curled in on herself, with her back to the fire, and that pain returned to his chest tenfold. One of his warriors rose and joined him, eyeing Ariana's sleeping form with a sad gaze. "You should get some sleep." Talon looked up at the stars. "I should," but he knew he wouldn't. Talon held the reins of Ariana's horse, guiding it down a familiar trail. The trees in Moirin were thicker, but without their leaves, they looked as bare as those from Brona. He cast her a glance, wondering if the familiar scent of this place would perk her up. She'd not spoken since the demon's departure. Talon nodded at 3 of his warriors, urging them ahead to announce their arrival. He didn't want anyone crowding Ariana, not until she crawled out of the dismal place she'd locked herself up in. The trees thinned, and they passed beneath an archway of branches that opened into a clearing. The house itself sat at the end of a long road lined with pear trees on either side. Talon remembered himself, Ellie, and Ariana gorging themselves on the fruit in late summer, their bellies so full there was no room for supper. Water trickled down a stream that cut through the center of the yard, emptying at the lake in the back. Flowers grew along the waterway, the gardens well kept and beautiful in spring. But right now, nothing bloomed, leaving the creek bare. How many times had they played in that stream, shoving one another into the water and running when their caretakers came to reprimand? Talon peered back at Ariana, and his heart skipped a beat. She was observing, taking in the landscape and the familiar scents before locking onto the lake. Her lips parted, and for the first time, recognition sparked in those beautiful cerulean eyes. It had been so long since she'd seen any trace of home. He knew she'd suffer with emotional scars, but perhaps the familiar waters could help chase away some of that darkness. Maybe he'd talk to Avalon about allowing her to stay here for a time, away from the busy streets and crowds of people. He wouldn't be the one to tell her father about her abilities. She'd do that when she was ready, because once she revealed herself, they'd escort her to the royal city and crown her queen of the 4 countries. The texts claimed her mate would come from Padragine, a land full of wind and illusion magic. Talon wondered if he'd get to accompany her. He wanted to. He wanted to be by her side forever. Talon stopped beside the house, handed the reins to one of his warriors, and reached up to help Ariana dismount. She braced her hands on his forearms and landed on the soft earth without a sound. Her eyes still hadn't left the lake. The double-side doors were open, waiting for them to enter, but Ariana didn't walk inside. Instead, she headed around the back, and he followed. They had so many memories in this place. His mother bringing out sandwiches when they were hungry, her mother splashing them in the shallows, their fathers laughing, free from the stresses brought on by politics. But one summer, his father left on a mission, never returning to his only son. Then her mother followed shortly after. That season had been a haunted one, the 3 holding one another beside the water's edge, and his mother had cried with them despite trying to keep everything together. Avalon stopped visiting the cabin, and Talon began his training, and their childhood memories faded. Ariana held her arms close to her body and stared out at the beach. The wind caught a tendril of her hair, pulling it from the loose bun. And gods, what was he supposed to do? Ariana was the light in the darkness. What did one do when the light faded? He stood at her side but kept a comfortable distance. Everyone told me you were dead. Ariana tilted her head. Some gave up after a week, claiming you were too frail to defend yourself. It took others months to arrive at the same conclusion, and when half a year had gone by, even your father told me we should have a proper funeral to honor your passing. Talon clenched his jaw. But how could I? I knew, he whispered. I don't know how, but I knew you were alive. His body trembled, and Talon clenched his jaw in an effort to steady himself. I know you need time. I know you've been through unimaginable pain, but when you're ready, I want you to know I'm here. Even if you don't want to talk, just know I'm here. The silence stretched for an impossibly long time. Then Ariana took a step toward him. Then another, and before Talon knew it, she was leaning her head against his shoulder. She didn't speak, but words didn't matter. Talon leaned his head against hers and wrapped one arm around her shoulders. They stood there, gazing out over the lake, reliving memories from a more peaceful time. And Talon swore he'd never leave her side again. Chapter 36. Rion. Familiar and foreign. A land that haunted him with hostile memories, yet carried those most precious. A place he strove to avoid, and a home he yearned for. Rion strolled through the dense forest, trees still barren from winter. Sprites played between his feet, weaving in and out, catching the particles of dirt floating around his body. He didn't dare let his guard down here, not when he knew warriors from Brona hid in the treetops. Rion kept moving, walking along the path he'd played on as a child. Memories of his mother and sister surfaced with every passing step, and he resisted the urge to grab at the gaping hole in his chest. He'd been happy once, just like any other kid, but that happiness had vanished like smoke on the wind, and he'd created his own future. The trees grew larger and larger until he stood before the wall that surrounded Brona's capital city, Nadir. The giant redwood trees hadn't changed, standing over 300 feet tall and 20 feet wide. They circled the entire city. They were guardians grown by Brona's ancestors to protect its citizens. The trunks were so close, not even an insect could have hoped to crawl between their bark. He let out a long breath and stalked toward the entrance where one tree was missing to allow Nadir's citizens passage to and from. 4 sentinels stood at attention, likely scenting him before he'd even stepped on the path. He briefly wondered if they'd try to stop him from entering the city, but though they gripped their weapons, none drew on him. Rion strode past several guards inside, all watching him with a careful eye. He knew they'd already sent someone to inform his siblings. What an encounter that would be. The sun settled behind the redwoods before the first house entered his view. Those from Nadir lived as one with the forest, weaving the trees hollow to form their houses within. Some residences kept their homes crisply maintained, while others let the trees and plants run wild with natural beauty. They'd built platforms into the canopy several feet above him, with bridges, ladders, and multiple levels. Citizens stood up there now, watching him as he passed by. He scented their hatred, their fear. How long had it been since he'd set foot here? 6 years? 7? He'd escaped their eyes for so long, but now he was the demon again. A monster created by the vilest god imaginable. He'd earned no sympathy here, not that he deserved any. How many of their family and friends had he slaughtered over the years? How many innocent lives, like Arianna's, had he destroyed without a passing thought? The palace loomed in the distance, casting its long shadow onto the city below. Rion wasn't sure who he dreaded seeing more, Cersa, with her sympathy, or Alec, who seemed to carry the hatred of their entire country on his shoulders. Even when Rion had been a teen, Alec hadn't challenged him, though Rion wondered if Cersa had a say in that matter. Alec had 100 years on him, and as a son of the 2 strongest Fae in Nadir's history, he wasn't one to be trifled with. Rion tried to ignore the hushed whispers as he wandered down the main street. He had no intention of hiding. He'd march straight through the front doors like he owned the place, because he partially did. He was a lord, after all, even if he never hoped to rule. A slight smile crossed his face at the thought. The entire country of Brona would likely try to assassinate him. Doors and shutters slammed shut as he continued his leisurely pace. Those who'd been running stalls selling fresh bread and wares abandoned their goods to seek shelter. He grimaced. Who was he before Ariana? Had he craved so much blood that he might have slaughtered these Fae for simply existing? He focused his attention back on the palace in the distance. Was his room still there, or had Alec removed it, forever exiling him from the city? Would Rion force his brother to provide him a new room, or would he drift from the city on a phantom wind, forever questioning his existence? Rion ran one hand through his filthy hair. He needed a bath. He needed food, water, and a quiet place where his heart could bleed. How could he have been such a fool? Ariana was the divine, and he most certainly wasn't her mate. He should have taken her back to Moirin the first time his heart skipped. Maybe then it wouldn't feel as heavy as it did now. But he couldn't stay away from her. The female who'd saved his life had fascinated him. She'd treated him like a normal male instead of a creature born from the depths of hell. And you hurt her. Rion walked up the smooth marble stairs, the area completely devoid of guards. they had left the giant double doors open, though he knew they rarely closed. It led him into a circular room used for announcements to the people. A dais sat at the back, with another set of doors behind it that led into the palace. No guards stood there either. Inside hadn't changed much. Large marble columns reached for the 40-foot ceiling with intricate carvings of leaves and vines upon their surface. He remembered these halls, running between the columns with his mother at his heels, laughing and pretending she couldn't find him in the vast space. Rion paused and for a moment considered taking the long way around to avoid his siblings. He'd have to climb endless stairs, walk down hallways haunted with memories, and descend on the far side of the palace before trekking his way back to his room. But that would only give him one night of reprieve. Best to get it out of the way. Rion pushed open another set of doors, and the sense of his siblings hit him hard. They were here often, their aroma coating the room so thick, he wondered if they ever left. Rion met his sister's startled gaze across the room. Eyes they shared, a gift from their mother. His gaze shifted to Alec, and their father stared back. A male who'd been all business with no time for distractions. So different from their mother's free spirit. The guards drew their weapons and backed toward his siblings. One even growled in warning. What would the monster have done? He'd never laid a hand on his sister, and though there were times he might have liked to put his brother in his place, he'd never attacked Alec either. Rion opened his mouth, but movement from his right had his magic reacting, shooting from a pack at his side to solidify into an impenetrable wall. He dropped his foot back, ready to defend himself as he'd done so many times before. A growl echoed from deep in his throat. He should have expected it. How many times had he survived assassination attempts in this city? He'd lost count, but so soon? And his sister. Rion didn't look at her. His sister had never, or had she? Rion parted his grains of earth, but instead of a warrior, he saw a young half-breed on the ground, rubbing her backside. She didn't hold a weapon, and when her annoyed gaze met his, recognition sparked, and horror turned her face pale. She threw herself at his feet, heedless of the glass scattered across the marble floor. Tea, he realized. Rion froze, watching the female's blood mix with the brown liquid likely intended for his siblings. She trembled before him, the scent of her fear stinging his nostrils. Monster. Rion turned when his sister's chair scooted back. She took a few steps toward him, but Alec grabbed her arm. That pleading look in her eyes almost brought Rion to his knees. This young female, despite being a slave, was someone she cared for. Cersa had always been like that, caring for the slaves despite their father's reprimands. The girl hadn't moved, but her shoulders shook with the sobs tearing through her now. He knelt, and the female curled tighter into herself, cutting her hands as she slid them across the floor. Rion took her wrists, but he didn't recoil from the heat of her skin. Instead, he forced her to sit up. She was like a puppet on a string. He eyed the glass in her palms. You should go to the infirmary. Rion kept his voice quiet, almost a whisper, but she still flinched. He released her and she ran, disappearing through a side door. He watched it a moment before turning back to his sister. Her lips had parted, but his brother's expression hadn't changed. He kept one hand firmly around Cersa's wrist, eyeing the monster in their midst. Their hearts were racing, anticipating his next move. He couldn't take it. Rion turned, no longer caring about pleasantries. He slammed open a side door and stormed down a familiar corridor, his breath coming faster and faster. Rion ran up a set of spiral stairs and trotted down the long hallway that followed. He passed the upper gardens, ignoring the memories that pulled at him, rounded the next corner, and paused before an oak door. He willed his body to calm unsure of his next move should someone occupy his old room. Maybe one look would send them running like the half-breed, like everyone. Rion turned the knob and entered. The window was open, a slight breeze blowing through the sheer tan curtains. His bed was in the far left corner with the same color sheets as when he'd left, though, judging from the smell in the air, everything had been freshly washed. A picture of his mother still sat on the dresser his sister had purchased from a woodcarver decades ago, and beside that, a picture of their family. Their father, with his stoic expression, Alec at his side, arms crossed. Their mother standing in the center with her long, flowing auburn hair grinning from ear to ear, and Cersa holding him in her lap while he looked up at her, a memory from another life. Rion locked the door and proceeded to the bathing chamber. He turned the water to scalding temperatures and peeled off his blood-stained clothes. His heart still pounded. He could deal with Nadir's citizens and their judgments. He'd earned those. Rion could handle his brother's murderous eyes, and though it broke his heart, he could ignore his sister's uncertain expression. But it was the terror-stricken face of that young female that had Rion clenching his chest. Arianna, despite being thrown at his feet, had never looked at him like that. She'd been frightened, sure, but her gaze had never held what everyone else's seemed to. His heart seized in his chest, and he struggled to draw breath as steam filled the chamber. He'd never see that again. He'd never feel her beautiful skin, never relish in the gentle caress of her lips. He'd never see a look of trust from another being's eyes for as long as he lived, because Ariana was the only one who'd ever seen past the monster. Chapter 37. Ariana. Ariana kept her head down as they marched along the massive bridge that led into Levia, Moirin's capital city. She watched the cobblestone path pass in slow steps, counting, praying no one would notice the female in their midst. Great arches towered above them, painted in deep blue, with silver spiraling down the columns. Sentinels watched from the top of those towers, while others stood at their base, greeting the warriors returning home. She could have stayed on the horse, but Ariana didn't want to attract attention. She honestly wasn't sure she could handle it. Talon walked at her side, a young commander leading his warriors home. A crowd had already gathered, positioning themselves on either side of the central road to greet lovers, friends, and family. She refused to look up. A variety of scents hit her all at once. The bakery on the corner she and Ellie used to visit, gorging themselves on sweets and rolls. The bookstore across the street where she'd spent countless hours studying magic and the histories of their nation. The weapon shop 3 doors down where Talon had taken her for the best quality of steel on her 15th birthday. Then there were the citizens. So many bodies, so many scents. Her heart rate spiked, and her breathing turned shallow. Home. She was home, she tried reassuring herself as they paraded through the throng of voices. Talon's arm tightened around her shoulders, and she leaned into him. He knew. Talon always knew. Soon she'd see her father, her sister, the servants who'd taken care of her since she was a child. Home. But when at home started feeling more like a prison. Talon's warriors split off one by one, but Talon stayed at her side as they ascended the stairs to her family's estate. The roar of the great waterfalls grew louder with each step. Ariana used to run to the top of those falls with Ellie chasing and Talon not far behind. They'd leap from the height, wrapping water around their bodies to soften the landing below, and laugh endlessly long after sunset. Up and up the stairs they climbed. Her legs burned, threatening to give way, but she kept pushing. That's what she'd done for the last 2 years. Pushed herself no matter what she faced, even if she felt she couldn't go on. She'd done it for Talon, for Ellie. The guards stationed at the estate's main gate lowered their weapons. Her heart jolted, and she stepped back, pulling her magic from the mist coming off the falls. She'd forgotten how easily it responded here, how fast. The guards responded in kind, but it was Talon's fierce snarl that had them all pausing.
"Step aside," he growled.
The sentries stood their ground, eyeing her with a suspicious gaze.
"Who's the female?"
The female? She knew these males, though not by name. She'd seen them around her father growing up. They should have known her Her scent. Of course they didn't recognize her. She no longer smelled like the young Fae who disappeared 2 years ago. Her scent carried a trace of Brona now, a trace of Rion. Her shoulders shook at the thought of him, but Talon squeezed her closer. His anger grew, slowly coating the reassuring scent she'd been clinging to for the last few days. He was the only thing keeping her going, and if that scent disappeared beneath his fury, she wasn't sure she'd survive another minute. Ariana reached for her hood and pulled the cloth away. The guards regarded her for a moment, then their eyes widened. One look and they knew exactly who she was. Talon guided her from their view, glaring in a way that had the warriors hanging their heads in shame. It wasn't their fault. They'd been posted to protect the High family at all costs. She sighed. Talon had wanted to keep her return a secret, but word would spread now. They walked around the first fountain, the statue a depiction of a phoenix with its wings spread wide. Water cascaded down its feathers, dripping on the head of a dragon curled beneath it, as if ready to protect the firebird from harm. It sat sheltered beneath a gazebo, with stone benches on either side and a slow current of water that flowed between carved pockets at their feet. Every structure in Moirin flowed with water, a design meant for defense in case their city was ever attacked, yet also a construct of utmost beauty, the sounds akin to music, and gods had she missed it. They walked on the outskirts of the mansion, following the wooden path built into the rocks. She paused at the first pool of water and leaned against the railing. The spray of cold mist hit her face like a welcoming breeze on a hot summer day. Despite shivering, she tilted her head back, reaching for her magic. It vibrated all around her, ready to answer her call. Ariana opened her eyes and looked at Talon. He didn't usher her on, and some of the sadness in his gaze had softened. Perhaps seeing her home, enjoying some small part of it, was enough for him. But would it be enough for her? Dread swept through her as they continued. She knew Talon was leading her to her father's meeting room, but what would her father think when he smelled Rion's scent mixed with her own? Would he congratulate her for escaping, or berate her for not fighting to the death? Ariana kept moving. Servants gaped at her in passing, some running to spread the news, while others fell to their knees with tears in their eyes. Warriors watched her too, but they were harder to read, and she didn't have the strength to try. Talon paused at the sliding door and waited. For her, she realized. Would he allow her to run if she wanted? To hide in the shadows for the rest of her existence? She doubted it. Ariana clenched her trembling hands, then slid the door open for him. A fire crackled in that old, familiar hearth, and candles burned around the room, giving it a soft glow in the dimming light. Her father had the side sliding door open, telling her this particular meeting wasn't of too much importance. But 7 council members sat at his table, looking at those who'd intruded with a scornful expression. It shifted in seconds, and their gazes shot toward their High Lord. She couldn't bring herself to look at him. Talon took a single step forward and knelt before her father and his council. "I've brought your daughter home." Silence. Then her father waved his hand, and 6 chairs scooted across the wooden floor. Ariana held her breath as they passed. She imagined them examining her as if she were from another world. Though upon catching her scent, the way their shoulders stiffened was anything but imaginary. They knew. They all knew. The last one out slid the door shut, and her father circled the table until he stood before her. Ariana's body trembled in his shadow.
"Look at me."
His voice was a command. She couldn't disobey. Not when she felt this weak. Her eyes lifted, tears already forming in the corners. Her father's nostrils flared, and rage flashed across his hard face. But instead of harsh words, Avalon did something she never expected. Carefully, as if she were a doll that might break, Avalon wrapped his arms around his eldest daughter and pulled her close. "Welcome home, Ariana." The knot in her chest unraveled, and she leaned into his strong arms, letting the fear she'd been holding in roll down her cheeks. And her father let her cry. She gripped the back of his tunic, clinging to him like her life depended on it, sobbing as she hadn't done since she was a small child. His warmth, his scent, it took her back to a time before she knew war. To a time when two sisters would beg to stay up late and cuddle with their parents before a warm fireplace. To a time before strength mattered. She sniffled and released her iron grip from her father's tunic. Ariana wiped her tears away with her sleeve, and her father pulled back and looked her over. He nodded toward the table and called for tea and cakes from one of their servants. The woman appeared so fast, Ariana wondered if she'd been waiting around the corner with said items already prepared. Avalon, the High Lord, poured their tea and pushed the cakes toward her. She wrapped her cold fingertips around the intricately decorated cup, but avoided the food. Her stomach was in knots already. Avalon stood to throw another log into the fire and closed the side door, stealing the evening light from the room. She watched the candles flicker and dance. Green eyes appeared in her mind's eye, and Ariana choked back a sob. Her father sat again, and without being told, Talon began recounting her story, or rather, the version her father would want to hear. He wove his words carefully, avoiding direct lies that would condemn her forever. In Talon's version, Rion was nothing more than a bloodthirsty demon that had kept her as his plaything. But that wasn't Rion at all. She remembered the first brush of his lips, the trembling in his body when she'd placed a hand on his chest, his sobs at the knowledge that someone accepted him for who he was.
"You almost killed him once, yes?"
Talon nodded.
"Good. Then I expect you'll succeed the second time."
Her father's voice turned icy.
"I want him to suffer. I want him to remember and agonize over every scream that came from my daughter's mouth."
"No!" Her voice cracked from misuse, and tears fell from her face anew. She couldn't let them believe those things about Rion, no matter how much it might tarnish her reputation. "He never hurt me." Silence. Then Avalon rested one calloused hand on top of hers.
"You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'll protect you. The horrors you suffered will not go unpunished."
Her body shook. "I didn't suffer," she whispered. "Not with Rion. He didn't do those things to me. He never forced—"
"Rion!"
her father spat, his voice instantly shifting back to that High Lord tone. He slammed his hands on the table and stood, his chair flying back. Ariana flinched.
"Are you telling me you let that demon touch you?"
She was a child again, too weak to take over as the family head. She was the constant disappointment, the failure of test after test to display her powers and strength. But still, she couldn't back down from this. "He's not a demon." Her small voice made her father fall silent, a deadly calm before the storm. He turned that storm on Talon.
"Did you know about this?"
Talon opened his mouth, but she interrupted. "He didn't." She wouldn't let Talon take the fall. Her father would demote him for withholding information from his High Lord. The council might even move to jail him, but Ariana needed him too much. Avalon clenched his fists, and his body visibly shook. Rage poured from him in a current, and the room suddenly felt too small.
"First he takes my mate. Now he tries to take my daughter."
She looked up at him. Mate? Her mother, but... Avalon opened his eyes, but instead of brutal rage, Ariana saw sorrow. Deep, unrelenting sorrow. His voice softened.
I don't know what he promised you. I don't know what lies he weaved, but that creature, that monster, he spat, took your mother from us.
He paused, letting the words sink in.
Do you understand what I'm telling you, Ariana?
No, he couldn't have. Her mother had died 10 years ago of an incurable illness. She remembered the day her father had come in, and Ariana also remembered never seeing the body. Those responsible had fashioned the casket from the finest trees to the north, and had carved elegant details over the lid, and it had been closed. Was she maimed beyond recognition? She'd seen Rion tear the flesh from his victims, leaving them unrecognizable.
What do you think started the war?
Ariana stood, anger flaring through her for the first time in days. It tingled beneath her skin, bringing her to life. Why didn't I know?
Because I didn't want my daughters terrified the monster would come for them next. I didn't want you to grow up fearful. I wanted you strong.
Breath left her. You wanted us strong? You lied to me about my mother because you wanted us strong? She shoved the table across the room, rage and panic coursing through her body. Ariana had been a child back then. She wouldn't have questioned her father even if she'd scented a lie. She had no reason to. Her father wouldn't lie about her mother's death. He wouldn't. She fell back into Talon and her heart hammered in her chest. Both males were speaking, but she couldn't hear the words. The only thing she saw was her quiet, mild-tempered mother who used to read them bedtime stories and make them hot cocoa. The mother who chased away their nightmares by singing to them in bed. A mother who loved unconditionally. Ariana tried to imagine it. Rion. No. The demon standing before her kind-hearted mother before cutting her down. She tried to reason he wouldn't do it, fought against the image of blood and carnage. But he'd killed innocent people before. He'd told her as much. She couldn't breathe. Had he known? When he'd discovered who she was, did Rion know he'd killed her mother? Is that why he'd always assured her he really was the demon everyone claimed him to be? Was he hoping for her forgiveness? Ariana grabbed at her chest, breaths coming more and more shallow as the image morphed before her eyes. Her mother standing before a roaring hearth, the demon's green eyes prowling from behind. Her mother's smile as she tried to reason with the creature, that smile fading as she begged for her life. Talon called her name. Ariana saw the demon's wicked smirk. He raised one hand, earth dancing around his body before shredding her mother to pieces. And she smelled it, smelled all his victims.
I saw it with my own eyes,
her father said, though his voice was distant, hollow.
I got there too late, and that demon stood over her body.
She couldn't breathe, couldn't breathe.
He started this war. I intend to finish it.
She gripped the table when her father turned, and Ariana collapsed, fading from the waking world that had turned into a nightmare. Chapter 38. Ariana. Ariana's head spun when she came to, but the arms around her were solid and familiar. She clung to him, not even bothering to see where they were going. Talon could carry her out to the middle of nowhere and she wouldn't care. Ariana buried her head in his chest, breathing in his deep, aromatic scent, like heavy rain in the middle of summer. How many times had she mentally begged Talon to rescue her? How many times had she ached for his presence? He was here now, saving her from her mental demons instead of the physical ones. She was glad for it, because while she could fight the physical ones on her own, the mental ones were winning their war, drowning her in thoughts and feelings too overwhelming to face.
He killed your mother. He started the war.
Ariana's body shook. Rion. Her Rion. His violent self had calmed so much since that first touch. Almost enough for her to forget about the savage creature he'd once been, or still was. He'd killed warriors right in front of her. She'd watched their painful demise, Yet she'd try to reason they deserved it, because how could anyone ever kill out of sheer pleasure? Demon, monster, murderer. But that's exactly what he was, to everyone but her. When he returned to Brona, they'd view him as that killing machine and grovel at his feet for mercy, and Ariana wondered if he'd grant it in her absence. Talon shifted her weight to open a door, and he closed it with a light kick, shrouding them in darkness. He placed her on a soft mattress, and Ariana finally examined where he'd taken her. Her body shuddered upon seeing the familiar shelves lining the walls, filled with endless books, half of which she'd never read. Her bedside lamp, carved in the likeness of a willow tree, still sat upon the side table, and her last read lay beside it, though she had no memory of the story within its pages. Her room. Ariana ran her fingers over the soft comforter and cool sheets beneath. She took in the lavender scent on the linens and settled into the familiar pillows. How many times had she imagined herself here? Talon's voice broke her trance. Your father commanded me to go after him. Ariana clenched her jaw. Talon would obey. He had to, and she'd suffer the pain of ultimately losing one of them. Talon's voice lowered. I won't if you ask me. She blinked. What? Talon knelt at the side of her bed and took one of her hands in his. I've been without you for so long, Ariana. The thought of you hating me is a burden too great to bear. So, if you ask me, I won't hunt him down. Her voice quivered. But he's your high lord. And you're my queen. Her lips parted as she stared into his faithful eyes, taking in everything that was Talon. He'd never given up the search, even after her father had declared her dead. This male, this compassionate, strong male had been everything to her once, and that loyalty hadn't diminished with the time she'd been away. He was still her best friend, her family. A silent tear rolled down her cheek, exhaustion taking over. She laid her head back on the pillow and tightened her hold on his hand. Talon seated himself on the floor, folding his legs beneath him, content to stay with her, she realized, for as long as she needed. I love him. Her voice broke and Talon stilled. He killed my mother and I still love him. Talon's thumb moved back and forth across the back of her hand. Tomorrow, he said. We'll get through it one day at a time, starting tomorrow. Ariana stayed in bed the following day, and the day after that. Talon brought her meals, forbidding even the servants from entering to tend to her needs. Somehow he knew how fragile she'd become without her ever voicing it. She couldn't face all their questions, not when she didn't have answers, not yet. Ariana curled into herself. I don't want you anymore. He killed your mother. Both statements were good enough reasons to forget him and move on as if the last 2 years of her life were nothing more than a horrible nightmare. But she couldn't forget his tender kisses or the urgency in them as she willingly pressed her lips to his. Nor could she forget the way he'd ran his fingertips over her skin and the tears he'd shed. She knew his last words were lies, but her mother? How could she ever face her people again if she were to forgive Rion? How could she stand before her mother's grave with him at her side? Her heart ached, far more than she'd ever experienced, and she clutched at that place in her chest. He couldn't have a mate. She knew that. She'd known it long before she'd given herself to him. And when she met her mate, how would that male react to the knowledge that she'd given herself to a demon? Would she disgust him? Would he refuse the bond? But more importantly, could she ever forget Rion? He'd once told her eternity was a very long time. How much longer for those in misery? Her mate. She rolled the word over her tongue. He'd be king of the Fae, a powerful leader that would sit at her side. And she'd be the tainted queen. She wondered if he'd kill Rion out of sheer territorial dominance. Her doorknob turned, and Ariana lifted her head, expecting Talon, when another familiar scent struck her hard. Before she had time to sit up, Ellie's arms were around her neck, clutching her so tightly she couldn't draw breath. "You're here," Ellie's voice cracked. "I didn't believe them. Then I caught your scent." She squeezed tighter. "You're really here." A flood of emotions bombarded her at once. Delight at seeing her beloved sister again. Guilt for not thinking about her as soon as they crossed the bridge into Levia. Fear that she'd sent the demon and want to strike him down like her father had. The females stayed that way, holding one another with tears rolling down their cheeks until Talon interrupted with a soft knock at the door. He twisted the handle a second later and carried a tray full of tea and sweets. "Talon says you haven't left your room and that father has already been a jerk." Ellie's face scrunched as she looked over her sister's thin form. "He says you haven't eaten much either." Ariana stared at her little sister. Ellie could have been her twin had she not been born a few years later, but the two were different now in every way. She'd caught a glimpse of herself at the lake house. Ellie's cheeks were round and full of youth, while Ariana's were hollow and sunken in. Ellie's eyes were bright and so blue in color they twinkled in the morning light. Ariana's were dull and lifeless. And the smile on Ellie's face? How long had it been since Ariana smiled like that? Was the time she'd spent in the cabin really only a few days ago? "I missed you." Ellie's lower lip trembled, and Talon took his leave. Her little sister curled up on the bed next to her, and Ariana laid back, willing her racing heart to steady. She didn't release Ellie's hand. "He hasn't left your side, has he?" Ariana shook her head. Ellie sat up again, pulling Ariana with her. She grabbed a small plate with a cake and plopped it in her hands. "Eat and tell me everything." Ariana stared at the pastry and the perfect icing that coated it. "There's a lot to tell." "I'm not going anywhere." Silence echoed in the small room. Ellie scooted closer until their knees were touching. "Were you really the demon's captive?" "Rion," Ariana corrected. "His name was Rion." "Was?" "Is." "Okay, so tell me." "Has father told you about—" She couldn't finish the sentence. "About mother? Yeah." Her voice lowered. "I was angry with him, but he'll get a piece of my mind later. I wanted to see you first." She looked crestfallen. "I can't believe he lied to us." "I can't believe Talon knew." Ellie picked at her cake. "Talon can't disobey his High Lord. None of them can, else they risk being labeled a traitor. I'm sure it killed him to keep it from us." "If you ask me." She sighed. "I know." Ariana took a bite of the dessert and cringed at the sweetness. "Anyway," Ellie waved her hand, "I want to know what happened to you." Ariana stared at her plate. "I fell in love." "With the demon? Rion?" Ellie corrected. "I know it's wrong, but the longer I stayed with him, the more I began to realize who he truly was. He was gentle, and it was like no one had ever offered him a shred of comfort. He returned injured one night, and he was actually scared of me. I could have killed him right there." "But you didn't." "I couldn't. He was so weak, and gods, Ellie, there was so much blood. I couldn't just let him die when I knew I could." Ariana trailed off, and her sister perked up. "Could what?" She hadn't thought about telling Ellie or the reaction her little sister might have. Talon had taken it well enough, and if warriors from Brona spread the news, her identity wouldn't be a secret forever. "I can heal injuries." Ellie's lips parted. "Like, with magic?" Ariana nodded. "But that means—" "I don't want to think about what it means. I can't. I can't deal with all that. Not yet. Maybe never." Ellie wrapped her arms around Ariana again, squeezing her sister tight. "Father is going to be in for it when he finds out. He'll be bowing to you from now on." Ariana managed a laugh. "Yeah, that'll be something to see." "Now," she straightened, "back to Rion." The two sisters talked and talked and talked. She told Ellie everything, about healing those in Brona's camp, about her first kiss and the first night she'd made love, to which Ellie wanted the most intimate of details. She told her about the kidnapping and the dark Fae in the mountains. Then, finally, she recounted his painful goodbye. Ellie snorted. You know that was all for show. It felt real enough. But you said you could hear his heartbeat. That should reassure you. I'm sure Talon said something to Rion that made sense, you know? The Talon talk of what's best for everyone. The girls laughed. But there's still the other issue. She didn't have to voice it for Ellie to understand. Maybe, she paused, seeming to mull it over. Maybe you owe it to yourself to talk with him. Get closure at the very least. And if we have to sit in this bed and eat cakes for the next decade, that's what we'll do. That's what I'm afraid of. Of eating cakes? A small chuckle. You know what I mean, and what if my mate hates me for ever loving someone like Rion? What if Rion is your mate? You know that's not possible. Says who? Everyone, the old texts included. And you believe those dusty old things? Ariana shrugged. I don't know anymore. Her sister laid back on Ariana's pillows. At least you fell in love with a lord. Father should give you some credit in that regard. Ariana stopped chewing and recalled a conversation she'd had with Rion at the cabin. Was your family part of the council or something? Or something. A lord. How could she have forgotten? The demon was the estranged younger sibling of Brona's High Lord, their greatest disgrace. Which meant the sister he'd spoken of was Cersa. Ariana vaguely remembered from her childhood when they'd visited with her parents for a matter involving their countries. Ellie waved a hand in front of her sister's face. You okay? I forgot. That he was a lord? Gods, Ellie, if I can't remember something as simple as that, how am I supposed to rule over a continent? To be fair, we had a rather boring history teacher. I can't remember half of the useless knowledge she taught me. I'm serious. Ellie clasped her hands. Relax. We'll take it one day at a time. Chapter 39. Cersa. Cersa leaned against the marble wall and carefully folded the note in her hand. It had happened again. She'd spent too much time focused on work and ignored the needs of her partner. Cersa sighed. Molly was a beautiful female with sun-kissed skin, a knack for gardening, and a laugh that could bring a smile to the most serious warrior in the room. They'd met at a tavern 6 months ago when Cersa returned from an eastern village after solving a squabble over land. It had been the best 6 months of her life, and she'd ruined it. Cersa read the note again, a fond farewell, wishing her the best with a hopeful message they could remain friends. Yeah, friends. The door down the hall opened, and Cersa stuffed the letter in her pocket. Her younger brother walked down the elaborately decorated hall, and she followed, her footsteps hardly a whisper against the marble floor. She passed intricate artwork hanging along the walls, scarcely paying attention to the details as she focused on the male Alec had instructed her to stay away from. He was headed for the upper gardens. Again. Paperwork and meetings kept her busy most days, but with Rion home, she couldn't focus. Alec had instructed her to take some time off, and she spent it trailing her younger brother every chance she could. She should be in a war meeting right now, softening her brother's harsh decisions and offering her strategic advice, especially considering their recent loss. But Rion, her younger brother, was finally home. Alec was convinced he'd wreak havoc on their city, now as he'd done so long ago. She remembered the killings, and their provocation. Her little brother had simply been on a morning stroll when the males attacked from the shadows. But Alec didn't like to hear that side of the story. Rion would always be the one who killed their father, and she'd always be the coward who let the world believe it. Cersa's heart had stopped when her slave had run into him that first day. She honestly wasn't sure what he'd do. But just like the Rion she remembered, he still held that soft spot for the slave's plight. She remembered the first time he'd stood up to Alec about the issue. Her older brother had laughed, asking Rion how they could run a country without labor. Rion had snapped back, saying a country that couldn't run without them was pathetic. She barely prevented the two from having an all-out brawl. Cersa turned down another hall and waited for him to round the corner. If he noticed, which she was certain he had, Rion didn't show it. He hadn't killed a single person, Fae or half-breed, and with her constantly trailing him, their warriors didn't dare attack either, much to her relief. Rion trained every evening, pushing his body beyond its limits until he was covered in sweat and gasping for breath. No one dared enter the northern training rings, though he didn't seem to mind the solitude. He pushed open the glass door and entered the garden. Cersa stood at the entrance, staring through the fogged panes into the warm room beyond. He sat on the same bench, in the same position, staring at absolutely nothing. She looked at the small tree behind him and the pink flowers that never stopped blooming. Cersa knew why he came to this tree. He'd planted it with their mother, and she'd used her magic to push it from seedling to juvenile in a matter of moments. Cersa remembered Rion's face that day, the young 6-year-old awe as he tried to summon his own magic. His hand pointed toward a small plant until his face reddened with the strain. Their mother had picked him up and twirled him through the air, tickling his sides to elicit the laughter she so loved to hear. "You'll get your magic soon enough," she'd say, "and you'll be one of the most powerful Fae in history." She hadn't been lying about that part. Her mother was a seer, but such a gift was so rare that no one understood exactly what it meant. Sometimes she'd see glimpses of the future in such detail it was overwhelming. Other times, she puzzled through a maze of shadows, the fragments haunting her waking dreams. Cersa always wondered if her mother knew what Rion would become. Perhaps things would have been different if she were still with them. Cersa had spent so long searching for her. So many years, decades, gathering information from every corner of Alastriona. Many loved their mother, and the thought that someone might have stolen her away, possibly murdered her, angered even the Fae from Fia. Cersa opened the glass door and walked down the pebbled path. Rion didn't look up as she sat directly across from him, closer than she'd been in a decade. She remembered all the times she'd tried to approach, and all the times he'd turned away. Her heart cracked with each memory. This was her little brother, the small boy she'd led from stall to stall at festivals, the boy who'd laughed endlessly and possessed such curiosity about the world around him. Someone she used to hold before a fire as they both cried for their mother's absence. The defeated male on the bench before her wasn't the monster she'd seen him grow into. He was that boy again, mourning. Could the rumors be true? She'd heard whispers from the warriors that had returned. They spoke of legends, of a female from Moirin that the demon guarded fiercely. Rion. Her voice was smaller than she wanted. How long had it been since she'd spoken his name? He didn't respond, but he didn't stand to leave either. Cersa looked at the tree again. Rion resembled their mother so much it was painful. What words might their mother have spoken to console him? "Do you remember coming here when we were children?" she started. "I do. I remember the delight on Mother's face when she planted that seed. I remember how often we came here to play, escaping winter's chill on the coldest days of the year." She caught herself smiling, but Rion didn't move. "Alec doesn't come here much anymore. He never has time, really." Her mind jumped to another memory. "What about the first time he put you on a horse? I think you were 5, and Mother was furious. You'd likely have broken your arm if she hadn't been there." Silence. Cersa leaned forward and rested her elbows on her knees. "Rion?" He lifted his eyes this time, and Cersa's heart clenched. Those eyes. Those impossibly sad eyes. He looked away again. "Talk to me." Rion's jaw feathered. "What exactly do you want from me?" The first words she'd heard in such a long time. "A conversation." "Why?" "Because you're my brother." A momentary spike of anger.
I haven't been your brother for a long time.
She stood to reach for him, but Rion recoiled and shot to his feet, walking around the stone bench to put space between them. She couldn't keep the pain from her face, and could have sworn he flinched at the sight. Cersa deserved the distance he kept.
I'm the demon, lest you forget.
His voice was low, a strained growl that didn't quite feel like the aggression he intended.
You remember that teacher you loved so much? What was his name? Kaol. He trained you for 20 years. You trusted him like a father, and I ripped the skin from his body. Or how about the male you grew up with? He was like a brother to you, wasn't he? I overheard your cries after I crushed him.
He shook his head, a grimaced smile covering his features as if he were trying to conjure that wicked smirk he gave to his enemies.
And what about the slaves you so love? How many of them have I murdered over the decades? You couldn't have forgotten about them.
Don't lie about the slaves. I know better. Rion's jaw clenched. You make everyone see the worst in you. Why is that?
It's all they've ever seen, so why not?
Do you want to be alone for the rest of your life? Rion didn't respond. Cersa remembered those deaths in vivid detail, but they were only one side to the story. He didn't mention how her teacher had put 4 holes through Rion's abdomen, nor did he talk about her friend's assassination attempt. And the slaves? She'd caught him smuggling them from the palace, running them to Moirin's border in the dead of night, only to take the blame for their disappearance without complaint. Talk to me. He let out a long sigh.
I started the war.
Everyone knew that. Tell me about the female. She tried again. Rion met her gaze.
She's Avalon's daughter.
Shit. He'd had one of the ladies of Moirin this entire time?
I didn't have time to explain before we parted, but she's likely heard I killed her mother by now.
Cersa averted her gaze. There was no mending it then. She'd never forgive someone for hurting her mother. Cersa imagined this female would feel the same.
Cersa.
He said her name with such reverence. She studied the desperation in his gaze, something else she hadn't seen in decades.
I didn't do it.
She furrowed her brow. Didn't do it? What did he mean? He wasn't lying. But they'd seen him. She, Alec, and Avalon had seen Rion standing over the lady of Moirin's corpse.
A shadow weaver from Fae killed her and fled before I could catch him.
Her lips parted, words failing her as she tried to absorb the new information. Why? Tell us.
That I did it, he finished. They blamed me anyway.
Just like with the slaves. He took the blame again. Let them believe he was a monster again. But the war
was all for nothing, he said. The war Avalon declared should have been against Fae, but I was so hell-bent on destruction that war sounded fun.
He looked away, shame filling his gaze.
I wanted out of this city. I wanted the chance to fight, and I enjoyed every minute of it. Until I met her.
Rion leaned against the nearest tree and looked toward the sky.
And now she believes I hate her.
His shoulders shook.
And that I murdered her mother.
He cared, she realized, about so much and so many things. This wasn't the demon Alec feared, nor the creature her warriors whispered about. It had all been a facade, a way to keep himself safe from further heartache. And she'd been blind to it. Some sins couldn't be forgiven, but perhaps one day, with a little help, others would begin seeing her little brother in a different light. And if she could somehow fix this, then maybe she'd fix the stain on her own soul as well. Cersa stood at his side, but she didn't reach for him again, and they both watched the sun rise over the horizon, bathing the city in its golden light. Chapter 40. Ariana. A month. The longest month of Ariana's life. She wasn't sure her crippling grief would ever end. She'd experienced suffering as a slave. The scars around her wrists proved as much. She'd felt the sharp pains of an empty stomach, the agonizing burn of a parched throat. They'd beaten her until she was broken and bloody, left to either pick herself up or die with those deemed worthless. But despite all that misery, it was nothing compared to the hollowness she endured now. She ached so deep, Ariana was certain it was her soul that suffered. It felt as though she were hanging on to the last threads of Rion's essence, and no matter how hard she clenched her fists and planted her feet, he was slipping away. Ellie secured another flower in Ariana's hair, twisting a final tendril to the back before removing the pin from her mouth and carefully working it between the braid. Her younger sister's face beamed when she stepped back to examine her masterpiece. "Done!" Ariana lifted her eyes to the mirror, uncaring, and sucked in a stunned breath. Their mother stared back, proud, elegant, all the things Ariana could never hope to be. Her mother wouldn't have thought twice about attending this celebration. She would have ignored the heavy pain in her chest, lifted her chin high, and marched down that stone path with a smile on her face. All Ariana wanted to do was scream. Her father had been planning this since her return, a festival to mark the homecoming of their country's lady and show the citizens of Moirin how a single female had risen above adversity and survived against overwhelming odds. She was to be the symbol of hope and show them that no matter what trials they suffered, they too could prevail. But she wasn't hopeful. She was drowning day by day, struggling in the currents of her fractured heart. Ariana ran a gloved hand down her arm, the delicate silk pleasant against her bare skin. But Rion's touch had been softer, warmer. She pressed her fingertips to her lips and remembered how his had trembled, and how he'd devoured her, chasing away any doubts lurking in the back of her mind. Tears fell, and Ellie's smile faded. "You can still say no." Ariana knew Ellie would stand up against their father for her sake. Ariana just didn't want another confrontation. She just wanted... What did she want? Rion. She wanted Rion. And she shouldn't. She should loathe him. The very thought of him should disgust her. But no matter how hard she tried, no matter what she did, Ariana couldn't bring herself to hate the male who'd stolen her heart. Ariana exited the side door to the deafening roar of cheers from all sides. A stone path wound its way toward the central dais where her father and his council waited. She steadied her racing heart, watching the way the water on either side of the path reflected the color of her dress. Ocean blue with silver beading swirling down her bodice. Ellie had picked it out, along with the gloves and shoes to match. The people of Levia chanted her name, but all Ariana could do was clench her teeth in response. She'd planned to wave at them, smile as her mother might have done, don a mask in place of the broken female who stood before them now. An hour, that's all she needed to push through, but it already seemed too much. Ariana stopped, and the sound of her steps no longer echoed off the stone. She couldn't do this. She needed to turn back, run, hide from those prying eyes that knew what she'd done. Talon was at her side then, looping his arm through hers. She knew her father would disapprove. He'd meant her to walk this path alone, to display her strength. But she didn't have any. "I'm here," Talon whispered. She took a shaky breath and allowed him to escort her further, one step at a time. That's all she needed to take. When they were almost to the dais, Ariana met her father's gaze, but it wasn't disapproval she saw in his eyes. It was love. Tender, unconditional love. And Ariana realized her father wasn't looking at her at all. He was looking past her to the ghost of her mother. Her mother had been the only one who could quell his temper. All it took was a soft hand, and her father would snap his mouth shut, watching his mate as if she were the holiest thing to ever walk the earth. They'd been mates, not simply husband and wife, and despite not feeling the bond, Ariana felt like she finally understood the depth of his grief. To be abandoned by the one you loved was unbearable. To feel your mate die at the hands of your enemy was worse. Arianna sat in a smaller chair to the right of her father's, and Talon stood behind her. Avalon eyed Talon. He usually stood behind her father, a guard to their country's leader, but someone else had taken that place tonight. Avalon returned his attention to the crowd and raised one hand to silence them. He gave a brief speech to welcome his daughter home, which she tuned out, then called for food and drinks to be served. Arianna didn't touch the food, and neither did Talon. She simply sat there, content to get through the evening in stillness. It wasn't until Talon touched her shoulder that Arianna realized her father had addressed her. Why? Why couldn't he just let her be? Daughter. Arianna gazed out over the sea of faces. A female leaned against her male. Another couple held hands, waiting in anticipation. The wind shifted, and the sense of those lucky enough to have found their mates assaulted her like a hard blow to the gut. He was gone. He wasn't her mate, no matter how much she wanted him to be. Whatever she'd thought she felt, whatever she'd hoped for, wasn't real. A tear slipped down her face, then another, and the crowd murmured. They pointed as if they understood the female who'd had her heart broken by a cruel, unfair world. Talon blocked her view, and the next thing Arianna knew, she was in his arms. He marched right back down that stone path without bothering to seek her father's dismissal, and in that moment, Arianna realized Talon no longer cared. Her father addressed the people when they vanished from view, claiming the war still haunted his daughter as it did so many of their warriors. He claimed she'd heal with time, but Arianna wasn't sure her heart would ever mend. She'd bleed and bleed until there was nothing left but an empty shell. They didn't go back to her room. In fact, Talon skipped the main house altogether. He walked around it instead, carrying her all the way to the pools they'd played in as children. The water's calming scent washed over her anxieties, but Talon didn't stop at the pool's edge. He walked straight in. The liquid sloshed between them, steam rising as Talon used his magic to heat the pool of water. He carried her to the back corner, shaded by bare branches and a small walking bridge. Talon sat in the alcove, submerging them both, and clutched Arianna to his chest. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Arianna leaned into his shoulder, and silence took over the small space. A safe place. The same one she'd run to when she was depressed or worried, and Talon remembered. The fairy folk she'd grown up with began to emerge one by one, as if summoned by her presence. Flowers drifted toward them on a phantom wind, then their spindly bodies rose from the water. Arianna glanced down when she felt something tickle her arm and stared into black, beady eyes that seemed to echo her own pain. They'd never liked it when she was upset. Arianna reached for the little water sprite, and it clutched her fingertip with rooted hands. She leaned her head into Talon's shoulder again and let her tears fall anew. How did one mend when the remedy for their soul lay beyond reach? Sudden sunlight blinded Arianna, and she pulled her thick comforter over her eyes to shield them from the piercing light. "Up you go," Ellie said, her sing-song voice lancing through Arianna's pounding head. "Go away." Arianna turned over and pulled the blanket tighter around herself, but Ellie ripped the covers off the bed. "Not a chance. We have somewhere to be." Arianna's heart jolted. After yesterday, the last thing she wanted was to disappoint the citizens of Levia any further. They'd expected a strong lady, proudly displaying her victory, and she'd shown them a broken one instead. Ellie rummaged through Arianna's drawers and threw an outfit on her bed. "Don't get worked up. It'll just be you and me. I have something I want to show you in the Western Shopping District." In the city? Arianna hadn't ventured there since she'd arrived. Actually, she hadn't left the family estate at all. "So get dressed and meet me there in 2 hours. I had Myrna draw a bath for you across the hall, and breakfast will be ready afterward." Arianna sat up and rubbed the sleep from her eyes. "How will I know where to find you?" Her sister winked. "I'll find you." She held up 2 fingers. 2 hours. Then she disappeared into the hall. Ariana yawned, stretched her body, and couldn't help the smile that crept to her face. She knew what her sister was doing, trying to get Ariana away from the reminders of yesterday. To Ellie, every day was a new start, no matter what level of failure preceded it. Ellie had given Ariana a month to wallow in her grief. She'd listened to her stories and held her when she cried. So, despite wanting to remain in bed, Ariana peeked her head out the door, glad to find the hall empty, and padded the short distance to the bath chamber. Time crawled. After submerging for a quick scrub, Ariana had stuffed herself full, thankful that Myrna had simply left a tray in her room. She glanced at the clock on her bedside stand and tapped her foot. It had barely been an hour. Her mind churned, thoughts invading that she'd rather keep at bay. Ariana glanced at her books, and an idea struck her. After seeing the Fae from Brona, the Dark Fae, and the demon who wasn't quite what others claimed, she had a million questions, and their library had a million answers. Ariana opened her bedroom door and peered up and down the hall. She could hear the servants walking to and fro, but she didn't smell her father. Good. Hopefully he was out for the day. Ariana ducked back into her room, fastened a heavy cloak around her shoulders, and pulled the hood up to hide her face. The Fae would still be able to scent her presence, but with any luck, she'd at least avoid conversation and their questioning looks. Ariana padded through the halls, avoiding any large gatherings, and walked down a set of polished stairs that led her below the first floor. Most residents lived on the first floor to enjoy the waterfalls and fresh air. Everything else resided beneath. A servant passed, carrying a load of linens, and Ariana ducked out of her way. The female paused, her mouth gaping, but stopped whatever question was about to come from her lips when Ariana didn't reveal herself. The female kept walking, and Ariana did the same. There would be a time, she told herself. A time when she'd seek out Myrna and thank her for her patience. A time when Ariana would walk the halls with her head held high again. But it would be after her heart had healed, after she no longer suffered beneath the guilt that haunted her every step. She turned down another hall, passing fountain after fountain. Some were so large, their basins had been built into the floor, while others were tiny, the stone depicting the fairy folk's small stature. Ariana couldn't help but think of Rion's carvings, and the hole in her chest chafed. She clutched her heart, trying to breathe past the pain as she leaned against the nearest wall. Would it ever pass, or would this heartache last an eternity? Down another flight of stairs, Ariana found herself in the only space where water didn't flow. The Fae here ensured moisture stayed out of the air and that nothing above dripped onto their precious archives. She pushed open a large set of heavy oak doors and let them close behind her on near-silent hinges. Ariana stepped toward the edge of the railing, pulled back her hood, and peered down, gazing upon the thousands of books that lined the shelves below. The circular space was trimmed with the same dark oak as the entrance doors, with carvings of fairy folk and waterfalls along the railings. Each of the 5 floors had row upon row of wooden shelves, and old artifacts stood behind glass. A spiral staircase led to lower levels, its steps made in the likeness of interwoven vines and leaves. She breathed in the scent of old books, and something in Ariana's heart lightened a fraction. She'd spent countless hours here, researching for school, reading for pleasure, and wandering the aisles as if she might memorize every title. She'd likely never have time to read them all, but Ariana had a good idea where she might find the answers to her questions. The elders who watched over the library resided 2 floors down, but she didn't see them at their desks. Perhaps they were shelving books elsewhere, or had gotten lost in a good story. She crept down the central staircase on silent feet, moving as fast as she could until she found herself on the bottom floor. The tomes here were much older than those above, but also well preserved. This was where their histories had been written down and passed from one generation to the next, and hopefully where she'd find the answers she sought. Ariana walked along the circular expanse, running her fingers along the shelves until she found the historical section. Surely there'd be something about the previous divine. She moved down the aisle slowly, scanning the spines. Ariana pulled one down and ran her fingers over the cover. Histories of Livia, Volume 5. She put it back and pulled down another. Trade and Policies, Volume 3. Ariana flipped through a few pages and scanned the chapter headings, but she didn't find any keywords she hoped might point her in the right direction. She placed the book back on the shelf and walked a little further. A title caught her attention then. The Dark Fae, a Guide. She pulled the large book down and opened it to a middle page. A picture of a beautiful female with a large wingspan, human-like arms and taloned feet sat poised as if ready to strike. Harpy was the name written across the top of the adjacent page. A being said to devour humans and sometimes other fae. Banished during the Dark Age. Current residence, unknown. Ariana squinted at a note scribbled at the bottom of the page. She tilted the book and thought one word might have been north, but she couldn't be sure.
My, it's felt like an age.
Ariana jumped, and the book fell from her hands, landing with a hard thud on the polished floor. The male bowed his head.
My apologies, Lady Ariana.
He bent to pick up the book and closed it. The male stared at it longingly, as one might their own child.
To see you in the library again brings back fond memories.
She wasn't sure what to say. Brogan was the keeper of old records and had often helped her with her studies. He'd watched her grow up, taught her how to care for books, and was someone who'd likely have questions she didn't feel up to answering. But Brogan slid the book back into place on the shelf.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
Nostalgia rolled through her. How many times had he asked her that very same question? Ariana cleared her throat. If anyone could answer her questions, it would be him. I was wondering if you had any books on the previous divine. He perked up and gestured for her to follow.
Any reason for the interest?
Not really. I just couldn't remember what we learned in history about her.
Not surprising, since you and your sister seem to enjoy sleeping through that class.
He gave her a playful smile.
Ellie is quite the handful, but her mind is just as sharp as yours.
He studied the shelves.
I should have.
His brow furrowed.
I could have sworn I put that back.
Brogan moved further down the shelf, examining each book with a feather-light touch.
Perhaps someone checked them out already, though I can't imagine who else might want to read through ancient history. Brogan, do you have a moment?
Another male stopped in the center of the staircase, but when he spotted her, he snapped the book in his hand closed.
Well, if it isn't Lady Ariana.
She ducked her head, unsure of what to say. Of course she'd have to run into him. Dimitri had always made her uneasy with his squinty eyes and pointed nose. Sometimes she even swore he smelled strange. She couldn't quite explain it. She'd shared her thoughts with her father, but he'd waved her off, claiming Dimitri was a valued member in Livia and held in high regard. Brogan didn't seem to share her discomfort either.
I was just assisting the lady with finding a few books, though they seem to be missing from the shelves. Borrowed for research, I'm sure.
He waved his hand around the old archives.
There's not much else one would read these old volumes for. What subject?
Ariana dashed out from behind Brogan and ran toward the stairs. It can wait. I have somewhere to be anyway.
Are you sure?
Brogan asked.
If you give me a while, I'm certain I can locate them for you.
Ariana waved her hand. I'll come back later. She bolted past Dimitri and pulled the hood back over her face. Ariana moved quickly, making her way back up the stairs and to the first floor without looking back. Her skin still crawled from Dimitri's presence. But Ariana could worry about him later. She'd spent too much time in the library, and if she didn't hurry, she was going to be late meeting Ellie. She exited the estate, walking quickly past the waterfalls to the stairs that led her into the city. Sentinels stood at attention, guarding the gate, but she ran past them, too, desperate to escape before they could apologize for not recognizing her that first day. She'd longed to gaze upon Livia's bustling streets for so long that Ariana found herself looking forward to her sister's surprise. The first thing she'd looked forward to in a while. Her legs carried her down, down, down. Then Ariana paused at the base of the stairs. Fae, half-breeds, and humans alike walked the streets before her, running from one place to the next. Some paused to glance at her, but they smiled instead of glaring. One even called her name, waving frantically before rushing off toward whatever their agenda called for. Work, perhaps. Ariana felt more at ease with the familiar scents carried on a cool breeze. She pulled her cloak tighter over her shoulders, but let her hood fall. This was home, a place she could be herself. She could smell the river that ran through the city from the next street over and found herself letting her magic flow freely, gliding it along posts and through the small swirling streams lining the sidewalks. Livia. It still looked the same. Houses stood around her family's estate, most old in structure, though well-preserved. A cobblestone sidewalk led her toward the more modern part of the city where the buildings began to take on multiple floors. But the storefronts were the same, with the same vendors selling mostly the same wares. Perhaps she could visit one after meeting her sister. Ariana might not appreciate sweets like she used to, but an acrid scent sliced through her newfound joy, and Ariana whipped her head toward the western district. Her chest tightened at the smoke rising in the distance. Too much smoke. She started down the street, shifting to a run, her heart hammering in her chest as that black cloud grew bigger and bigger. A scream pierced the air, and the frail female Ariana had become vanished entirely, replaced with the Fae warrior who'd survived slavery and a land haunted by war. A fire, she told herself, still sprinting. It was just a fire. They happened. But the closer she got, the thicker the smoke became. Then, the warning bells echoed throughout the city. Chapter 41. Cersa. Cersa moved her pawn forward and studied the game board. You could always grab her and run. Rion gave her a strained laugh, eyes flashing between the pieces. And how did you react the last time a male put his uninvited hands on you? She sighed. To be fair, he had it coming, but she deserves to know the truth. It's not like I can simply march into Moirin and ask her to hear me out. Maybe not yet, but if what you've been telling me is the truth, then their entire world was about to change. A simple command from this Ariana would force their two countries to reconcile. Not even Alec could deny the queen of their people. But I'm also responsible. If not for me abducting her, Ariana's mother wouldn't have died at all. Cersa waved him off. You can't predict every tragedy. No one can, except maybe a seer, and even then, I'd be skeptical. None of us had any intention of killing her. I don't think Avalon will see it that way. Cersa huffed when Rion moved another piece, knocked her king over, and sat back with his arms folded. Checkmate. How are you so good at this game if you never had anyone to play against? What makes you assume I didn't? Because you're... She waved her arm around him. You. He chuckled. Right, because the demon doesn't get downtime. That's not what I meant. I just figured they'd be too scared of you to, I don't know, sit down like this. Oh, they were scared. That was half the fun. Cersa huffed after a soft knock at the door. Come in. The knob turned, and her slave entered, keeping her eyes glued to the floor. She'd begged Cersa to keep her as far away from Rion as possible, but Cersa had dismissed her request. The girl would grow accustomed to her brother. Alec is calling for you. Cersa clicked her tongue. He can wait. I'm busy. She shifted, risking a glance at Rion. He said it was urgent. Cersa rolled her eyes. Of course it is. The female continued, wringing her skirt with her hands. I know it's not my place, but I overheard him talking with Lord Isaac. Cersa paused to listen. It sounded like Fia was attacking Moirin. Rion's heart skipped, and he was on his feet before she'd even registered the words. "Tell him we're on our way." The female bowed and fled from the room. Earth sprang up from his satchel, circling the table at the sound of Moirin's name. She stared at it, marveling at the strange magic that set him so far apart from everyone else. Cersa followed Rion's hurried steps through the halls as they rushed toward the throne room. She often had the girl relay information, but for Alec to drop an important piece so casually meant he wanted her slave to overhear, so she wouldn't waste time. Rion's boots echoed off the walls as they rounded the last corner. The fear radiating from him was almost palpable, and she wasn't sure how Alec would react to their little brother barging in with magic flying. It wasn't as though either of them had shown signs of reconciliation, nor would they. Though he wouldn't admit it, Alec relied on Rion for his strategic skills. It was why, despite his demeanor, Alec had appointed Rion as the general of their military forces. Sure, it got him out of the palace, but Rion had never lost a battle, so long as one didn't count the most recent failure. Rion shoved the doors open and was across the room before she could intervene. Those stationed to guard Alec drew their weapons, placing themselves between their High Lord and the demon, but Rion didn't so much as look at them. "Is Fia making a move against Moirin?" Alec's eyes flashed toward her, but they weren't reprimanding. It wasn't as if she could control Rion's actions any more than he could. "Yes." Alec swirled his glass of wine, returning his gaze to the maps spread across the table before him. "Our scouts noticed their advancement 2 days ago." "How many?" Alec eyed him. 10,000. 10,000? She echoed. "Since when?" The numbers they'd previously calculated had barely been half that. "They've been hiding in the shadows, as they've always done." "You think the Shadow Weavers?" "What else could they be?" Her skin crawled. She'd faced them before. Instead of harnessing the natural elements, those blessed could also summon shadows, seemingly from the depths of hell. They burned just like flame and danced around their bodies like demons of their own. Cersa composed herself. "So, what's our move?" "We'll aid them, of course." Rion stiffened at her side. "We've been trying to crush Moirin for years. Why pass on a perfectly good opportunity?" Her gaze flashed to Rion's motionless form. "Do you believe Fia can be trusted? You know as well as I that an alliance with them is temperamental at best." "Which is why we'll wait. Fia will lose a large portion of their forces against Moirin, making them more open to negotiations with us. I'm certain the demon won't object to having some fresh blood to spill." Rion still hadn't moved. She couldn't tell if he'd gone into shock, or if her little brother was trying to devise an impossible plan. Cersa took a deliberate step forward, crossing the small space. Her heels clicked as she ascended 3 stairs and came around the low table to stare at Alec's maps. Despite what her elder brother wanted, she knew Rion wouldn't attack Moirin, not with Ariana there. And there was the possibility this female really was the divine. She was her brother's second in command. She'd have some sway in his decisions. She had to try. "With their history, I'm not sure I agree." Cersa lifted a wooden figure that represented Brona's army and slid it toward Moirin. "What if we were to aid Moirin instead?" "What?" Cersa folded her arms, refusing to meet Alec's penetrative gaze. "If we crush Fia, Moirin will be forced to see us as allies again. Our 2 countries had peace for centuries. The same can't be said of Fia." Alec rubbed his temple. "You can't be serious. After a decade, you want me to march a legion of warriors over the border and claim aid?" 2 legions, to ensure we're heard loud and clear." Alec pinched the bridge of his nose. "Why the change of heart? I thought you, of all people, would jump at the chance to crush Moirin and be done with it." Her gaze traveled to their little brother. His face had turned deathly pale, and he'd clenched his fists so tight she could see the whites of his knuckles. His breath was shallow, but he gave her a subtle nod. Because Rion never killed Moirin's High Lady. Fia played our countries against one another, and I'd rather not be another pawn in their game. Alex stared at her, shifted his gaze to Rion, then returned it to her.
Is this supposed to be a joke? No,
Rion said, taking a step forward. Vines broke from the floor in response, winding their way along the arms of the guards as they readied themselves for a fight. Alec raised his hand to steady them.
Our little brother runs home with his tail between his legs, and now you're inclined to believe anything that comes from his filthy mouth. It's true,
Rion said. Alec scoffed, but Rion continued.
Tell me honestly, would you have believed me if I'd claimed innocence? Do you think the Lord of Moirin, who stood over his dead mate, would have believed me? I don't believe you now, so what's your point?
Rion growled in frustration.
I haven't done anything since my return. Shouldn't that count for something? After decades of cleaning up your messes? No, I'm afraid it doesn't. Brother!
Alex slammed his chair back in such a violent rage that Cersa flinched. Greenery shot from the floor, cracking the marble, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end from the sheer force of his power.
You do not get to call me that. You do not get to come in here and pretend you're part of this family, not after what you did to our father.
Their father. He still blamed Rion. Everyone did, because she hadn't taken a stand all those years ago. Rion stood before Alec, magic flaring in response, but he didn't so much as look at his sister. I'll protect you. She'd sworn it from the depths of her soul. What a horrible lie. How many times had she failed him? How long would she continue to fail him? He didn't. Cersa's voice was barely audible. Alec clenched his jaw and rolled his eyes.
Cersa, your love.
He didn't. She cleared her throat. Because I did. The entire room fell silent, and slowly, as if in a daze, Alec turned toward his little sister. I killed our father. His lips parted, searching for the lie in her words, almost as if he hoped for it.
Why?
Cersa shook off her tears. Because I watched a father try to kill his son for no other reason than being different. Then I watched a nation rise against a child who'd done no wrong. A brother who, at 10 years old, understood the need to protect his sister. And then I let him. Like a coward, I let that child suffer from pain and exile. Alex stood in shocked silence, then fell back in his seat. She remained standing, her heart beating hard and fast. There, she'd finally confessed her greatest sin. Not that she'd killed her father, but that she'd hurt her sibling in the process. She should have been the one to suffer as an outcast, not him. I owe this to him, Alec. Her brother didn't respond. I owe our little brother a debt I can never repay, and I've never asked you for anything, but I'm asking you for this. Aid Moirin. Rekindle our lost allegiance with them. Alex stayed silent for a time.
I can't change our entire course based on a rumor. It's not a rumor,
Rion said. Alec looked at him, really looked at him for the first time in almost a century.
If not for her, I'd be dead. She healed me along with hundreds of others in that camp.
She's the divine, Cersa said, still not quite believing it herself. That female Rion has been with is the divine. Even Owen attests to it.
He's alive.
Alec eyed Rion. He made it out. When Alec didn't speak again, Cersa continued. You can't believe in one part of the ancient texts without believing in the other. You have an entire unit of warriors claiming her existence and a duty to the people of Brona to uphold your faith. Alec let out a long breath and studied the map again.
If I refuse to aid Moirin, I might very well be killing the queen we waited on for centuries. If her existence turns out to be a rumor, then I'll look like an incompetent fool.
Better to be branded the fool, Cersa said. Alec studied his maps again.
All right.
All right? He gave her a crooked smile.
It's not as though you twisted my arm or anything.
His face turned serious.
I trust you. You've always stood by my side, and if you feel this is the right move, then I'll stand by yours.
Alec glared at Rion.
As for you,
he jerked his head in Cersa's direction.
You'll bring her back alive.
Rion nodded.
Understood.
Cersa let out an exasperated sigh, but couldn't help the smile that pulled at her lips. Maybe they could reconcile after all. One day. One tiny step at a time. Chapter 42. Arianna. Ariana ran straight into the chaos of smoke and flames, tugging at the magic racing beneath her skin. 5 unarmed civilians stood against 2 warriors, pulling the water from the spiraling nooks that ran throughout the city to defend themselves. She launched her magic toward the warriors, encasing their bodies in a wall of ice that left them immobile. The civilians grabbed fallen debris and shattered those warriors into 1,000 pieces. Ariana kept running. She didn't have time to consider the part she'd played in their deaths. Fire burst from a storefront to her left, sending heat and glass flying in all directions. She shielded her face, but shards bit into her arms and stuck. Her ears rang, but Ariana still didn't stop. The panic rising in her chest wouldn't let her. Ellie, Ellie, Ellie. Flames consumed nearly half the storefronts, and the heat and smoke made discerning her location nearly impossible. She coughed, her throat burning. Ariana tore the bottom of her shirt and covered her nose, but it did little to keep the harsh smoke from invading her lungs. Another scream had her whipping around. 3 half-breeds fled with 1 pursuer. She lunged toward them, placing herself between him and the innocents. The warrior's magic roared to life. Not greenery, as she'd expected, but shadows. Hot, flesh-melting shadows. Ariana yanked water from the surrounding fountains, wrapped herself in ice, and cringed when the shadows slammed into her magic. Steam rose on impact, but she sent ice running down those shadowy arms, all the way to the one who wielded them, and silenced the Weaver forever. Those who'd been fleeing were gone before she could get to them, already sprinting down the burning street. Hopefully they'd find a shelter, or at the very least remain hidden until Moirin's forces gathered to drive the invaders out. Ariana looked all around, struggling to figure out where Ellie could have gone, where the shopping district even was anymore. A line of warriors approached from her right, one prowling in their mountain lion form, but they weren't wearing the blue and silver armor of Moirin, nor were they wearing the tan and green of Brona. These warriors were dressed in the red and black armor of Fae. But they weren't at war with Fae, right? Talon hadn't mentioned a conflict with another country. So why were they here? Ariana kept quiet and took several steps back before breaking into a sprint. She moved fast, ducking and dodging around those who were already locked in combat, the sound of steel chasing after her. She had to find Ellie first. From the looks of things, Fae had come to kill and conquer, possibly even enslave. A memory of chains and whips rose to the surface of her mind, and Ariana growled. She'd never let that happen to Ellie. Another unit of warriors appeared before her, and Ariana skidded to a halt, ducking into the nearest building to remain undetected. The building itself hadn't caught fire yet, but its neighboring structures were blazing, and smoke was filling the space fast. Clicking sounded on the tiled floors. Ariana's skin crawled. Shit! They'd followed. She held her breath and scurried beneath a shelf, trying to remain quiet, but the scrape of claws drew closer. Then she heard a growl, and Ariana bolted. She jumped over a table and through the nearest window, using her shoulder to break the glass. Ariana rolled to her feet. She felt blood trickle down her arm and a sharp sting in her bicep, but she ignored the pain and kept running. Ellie. What if they'd already found her and clasped her in shackles? How much had Talon taught her while Ariana was away? Ellie was strong. Her sister had always excelled. But was she prepared for this level of chaos? Could she act in the face of adversity? Ariana stopped running. She gulped down air and surveyed the scene. Screaming civilians ran in every direction, those with wings shifting to their animal forms to flee the scene. And everything burned. It didn't matter how large or small. And the bodies. There were bodies in the street. Bodies in Levia, her home. She suddenly understood why so many feared Rion, because this is what he did. He conquered. He tore through village after village with his warriors and either killed its residents or turned them into slaves. Ariana shook the thought away. Maybe Ellie wasn't even here. She knew to retreat toward the estate when the alarm sounded, right? Ariana chewed her lip, her mind running faster and faster as she fought an internal war with herself. Keep looking, or check the estate and pray she found her little sister safe and waiting. Despite how much it hurt to turn her back on the innocents, Ariana pivoted on her heel and headed back in the direction from where she'd come. A dozen warriors blocked her path. She braced herself and turned in the opposite direction, ready to flee, but others waited, drawing their weapons. She looked to her left, then right, surrounded. Black and red glinted in the morning sun, reflecting her frightened gaze. After everything, was this how she died? In the middle of a burning Moirin with no allies? Ariana planted her feet at the same moment their shadows erupted. She wrapped herself in a bubble of ice, thickening it as much as she could before those burning shadows slammed into her shield. She gritted her teeth, trying to hold her ground as they did it again and again and again. Her magic melted faster than she could create it. Shit. Right before her eyes, dozens of shadow weavers were breaking down her shield, determined to scorch her alive. Her lips quivered. Rion. She'd wanted the chance to ask him herself, the chance to forgive him, because no matter how much grief it caused her, she didn't want to die without feeling his arms holding her close again. Rion. Water dripped at her feet, and Ariana cringed as the first wave of heat penetrated her barrier. She gritted her teeth, ready to feel the searing pain sure to follow, when an army of war cries echoed from behind. Those who'd been attacking her shifted away, and she strengthened her barricade. Blades clashed, the muffled echo of metal against metal a song to her ears. Then she smelled their magic and burst from her cocoon, sending spears of ice flying through the enemy to her front. The piercing scream of an eagle sounded from behind, and Ariana spun in time to see Talon shooting through the throng of warriors, his wings tucked tight. He shifted back to his Fae form from midair and roared, sending a wave of water out to collide with their enemies. Liquid danced around his body despite the heat crackling against itself, freezing and unfreezing as it wound its way around his body. It burst from his limbs with every slash of his blade and retracted with the same ferocity. Spears of ice flew from behind her, impaling warriors from Fia, pinning them against the burning structures. They howled in pain, writhing to break themselves free. Once again, Talon had come for her, and when she saw Ellie in the center of their group, she'd never been more thankful. But thanks could come later, because more Fia warriors were pouring in, burning everything in their wake. Talon threw her a blade, and Ariana caught it, slicing through the nearest enemy without hesitation. She wouldn't stop, not until every last one of them was either dead or fleeing, because this was her home, and no one was taking it from her. Chapter 43. Rion. Rion's lungs screamed. His heart slammed against his ribcage, and his legs cried in protest as he ran and ran and ran. A small group of them, his sister included, set out ahead of Brona's army, intending to announce their arrival to Moirin's High Lord. But Rion didn't bother waiting for them. Ariana was in danger. He didn't have time to wait on anyone. He thought leaving meant protecting her, that Moirin would have the strength to fend off any attack. Rion knew Livia's defenses better than anyone. He'd infiltrated them once. And he also knew how aggressively the Shadow Weavers from Fia fought. Rion growled, letting the sound echo through the trees. No matter how hard he pushed himself, no matter how much he wanted it, Rion wouldn't get there in time. He prayed the 10,000 marching on Moirin weren't all Shadow Weavers, because if they were, Fia was about to rule the land of Alastriona. Their magic was wild and wicked, even more so than his. They were said to have once been the royals' defenders, a personal guard to the king and queen of the Fae. But they hadn't had a royal leader in thousands of years, and Ariana's identity was still largely a secret. If their loyalty meant anything anymore, if they killed her... Rion ground his teeth. If they killed her, he'd rip their country apart. He'd committed so many sins. Rivers of blood ran at his feet. The names of innocents were engraved on his soul. He had no right. He knew it. But Rion still prayed to the gods. He prayed they'd punish him, torture his body instead of using Ariana's fate to tear his heart to shreds. Please, he begged whatever god might be listening. Please, curse him, hate him, let his soul be devoured by the worst creatures imaginable. Just please don't touch her. Rion scented the waterfalls of Livia and slowed to a walk. His chest heaved as he sucked in lungful after lungful of air and scanned the perimeter. Fire rose on the western side, the smoke a thick blot against the azure sky. He prayed Ariana was in her family's estate, safe, perhaps huddled with her sister as they waited for the battle to end. He scented the area, searching for guards, but if any were present, they were well within the capital city's borders. Stupid to leave themselves vulnerable, and unlike Moirin. Cersa skidded to a halt at his side and placed her hands on her knees. Sweat dripped down her face, and when she stood, she leaned against the nearest tree, struggling for breath. Alec told us not to run through the night, remember? You didn't have to follow. The rest of their squadron arrived one by one, all bent over like his sister. One even heaved, his face red from exertion. Maybe the male would learn to train harder after today. I'm not sure where your head is right now, but if you try walking in there alone, they'll rip you in half. He smirked at that. They could certainly try. I hadn't planned to announce myself. Cersa pushed off from the tree and wiped the sweat from her brow. This is going to be tricky enough. We shouldn't do anything to provoke them. Rion ignored her and looked beyond the city to the main estate positioned high above everything else. His sister's gaze followed. Do you think she's there? Rion's jaw feathered. Let's hope so. He looked back toward the billowing clouds of smoke, because if she was in the middle of that, Rion's throat went dry. Let's get this started then. Cersa led the way with Rion and 12 other warriors following. He didn't know what she'd told them about his presence, but thankfully, none had tried to put a knife in his back, at least not yet. Their group approached the eastern gate with its long white bridge separating them from the island city of Livia. They walked at a snail's pace, too slow for his liking. His hair stood on end, and he watched the upper towers vigilantly. Even during a siege, he knew Moirin wasn't stupid enough to leave their borders defenseless. So where was everyone? The scent of blood and flesh permeated the air, calling to him like an old song. It danced with his blood, along with the faint screams in the distance. Any one of them could be Ariana. Any moment could be her last. If he found her body instead? Calm down, his sister hissed. Then walk faster, he replied through gritted teeth. As they neared the end of the bridge, a call of warning echoed across the quiet expanse, and Cersa held up her hand for them to pause. Name yourselves, a voice demanded. Rion's eyes scanned the towers again, then locked onto a male with his back pressed against the far wall. The gate wasn't high enough to prevent him from jumping it. All he had to do was run and he'd be through. He could always ask for Cersa's forgiveness later.
"We're from Brona," Cersa replied. "I'm here to speak with your High Lord regarding—"
Rion lunged to his sister's side, catching the spears of ice with his sand before they could penetrate her heart and lungs. Two in their party weren't quick enough and fell to the ground, clutching their throats before they stopped moving altogether.
"Looks like we're doing things my way."
Fury tore from the ground as Rion ran toward the guard. Water formed from all directions at once and flew at him, but Rion's magic soaked it up, and he launched it far away from his body before jumping the gated wall and grabbing the male by the throat. He caught 4 others with his magic, suspending their bodies in the air. One wetted himself, another cried. Rion growled in the male's face.
"When someone says they want to speak with your High Lord, you do not attack them."
He whimpered, and Cersa ran to Rion's side.
"Let him go!"
Reluctantly, Rion dropped the male and he scrambled back, looking at Rion as if he were a monster. Because he was. Only Ariana thought him otherwise.
"We heard about the attack and came to help,"
Cersa said. The male glanced from her to Rion and back to her.
"Help? From Brona?"
"Yes, now take us to your High Lord so we can sort things out before our units arrive." He stood, his legs shaking.
"I don't understand."
Rion stepped forward and the male stepped back.
"You don't have to understand. You just need to obey."
Screaming sounded too close. A chill snaked down Rion's spine, and he was moving a second later. Cersa called after him, but his heart was pounding too hard to hear. A female. That had been a female's scream. Rion's magic propelled him faster, and upon seeing warriors wearing red and black armor, he ripped the skin from their bodies without hesitation. If anyone wore the color of his enemies, he was striking first and asking questions later. The female they'd surrounded fell to her knees, clutching a bundle to her chest. 3 children peeked around her skirt, tears staining their cheeks, and Rion realized the bundle in her arms was an infant. He looked toward the billowing smoke again. They'd attacked the western gate, yet there were already warriors circling around toward the eastern side, likely taking advantage of the distraction. Moirin shouldn't be this disorganized, not so quickly.
"I'm going."
His sister didn't protest this time.
"Stay alive."
As if he had another choice. Rion flew through the city like a hurricane. He tore through warrior after warrior, ripping flesh from their bones, breaking limbs, and shoving sand down their throats. But he didn't stop moving or pause to ensure they were dead. The only time he lingered was to scent the air, searching for the one person he prayed he wouldn't find. If she were at the estate, like he hoped, Cersa would protect her. Then his sister would organize Brona's forces to wipe Fia from the map. He was of better use out here, where he could prove his worth when he felt so unworthy. Only a handful of shadow weavers blocked his path, putting on a show to instill fear, while those who wielded flame took advantage of the chaos. The strategy was solid, but he saw right through their facade. A warrior roared, so loud and fierce it had Rion stopping to observe. Fia's warriors had broken through a line set up by a young group from Moirin. They fought hard, but Fia was faster, quicker on the draw. Rion charged. A snarl ripped from his throat and earth snaked up their legs, wrapping around their bodies so fast they couldn't react. He snapped 2 necks and suffocated the others, leaving them to writhe on the ground like the vile filth they were. The warriors from Moirin froze. One fell to his knees.
"Brona is here to provide aid. Regroup and push Fia out."
None moved.
"Now!"
he roared. Then they were scrambling, and he was off again. He wrapped his magic around a leg in passing and yanked, pulling the knee from its socket. Rion hardened the sand into tiny pellets and propelled them straight through the skulls of 6 others. He kept moving, kept fighting until... Rion's heart dropped into the pit of his stomach, and he skidded to a halt. Fear flew through his body when he scented the air again and sprinted west, pushing his legs faster and faster. Ariana. Was she fighting? Did Avalon know? Was Talon with her? He followed the trail of bodies, searching, scenting the area. They'd cut her. They'd cut their queen. His queen. He moved slower now, his blood strumming in his ears as he listened, searching the bodies scattered across the ground. The dense smoke clouded his senses, making her seem everywhere and nowhere at once. Or was that his panic? Rion tried to center himself as he prowled forward. She was close now, but none of the bodies were moving. No one growling or fighting. No one calling his name. Then he saw her, a vision straight from his hellish nightmares. Rion's body froze, his lungs constricted, and it was only by sheer force of will that his knees didn't give out. They didn't share a mating bond. He wouldn't have felt it if she... Rion took a step toward the limp hand, that once silken hair crusted in blood. He tried to swallow, but his throat wouldn't obey. His hands were shaking too, his soul fracturing with every step. Rion knelt, but a blade slashed through the air a second later, and he barely registered it enough to sit back on his heels. A male, no, a half-breed grabbed for her, twisting her body so that he cradled it against his chest. The half-breed pointed a blade at him, growling in desperation. Then Rion heard the faint heartbeat, the shallow breath. Something in the air cleared and he scented the female again. It wasn't Ariana, but the similarity, the likeness in both scent and appearance. "Is that Ellie?" The half-breed growled again, baring his fangs in hopelessness. Rion stood carefully. "Is that Ariana's sister?" he asked with a bit more force. Her name seemed to break his trance, and Rion's nostrils flared. "Where is she?" Chapter 44. Arianna. Arianna landed another blow, watching the life ebb from the face of her enemy. A comrade collapsed to her left, and she eyed the rest, taking a shaky breath amid the chaos. There were so few of them now, but those few were the reason she still stood and fought, because every single one of the warriors surrounded her was battling for the queen who kept healing them, no matter how much her body begged her to stop as they faced off against the largest military force they'd ever encountered. Talon's blade tore through another of Fia's warriors, moving with a precision that hadn't waned since he began. He danced through them for what felt like hours, never pausing for breath. But she saw the consequences of that constant strain. It was only by a fraction, but his movements were slowing. She kept glancing his way, far too often for someone who should be focused on herself. But so many bodies already littered the ground, and the thought of Talon joining them, the thought that he could fall and there'd be absolutely nothing she could do to stop it, was unbearable. A knife reflected the sun's light, and her cry of warning came too late. The sharp blade plunged into Talon's side, and he roared in pain, twisting to kick in the warrior's knee. Talon followed the movement by shoving his sword through the male's throat. He stumbled back a step, and their unit converged upon their commander. Ariana's hands were over his wound seconds later, his blood spilling out over her fingertips. She panted, feeling the muscles knit themselves together and willed her magic to work faster. Metal rang from all sides, and smoke still filled the air, burning her lungs. Dread settled in the pit of her stomach. They couldn't keep this up. Over half their forces had already fallen, and Fia's warriors kept pouring in. But if they stopped fighting, Fia's warriors would overrun the civilians struggling to escape. Females and children would be taken as slaves or slaughtered. Her country's capital would fall. Everyone she'd ever cared about would cease to exist. Ariana clenched her jaw and let her gaze flicker between her comrades. Each of them had made the same decision without ever speaking. No matter how much their bodies cried out for rest, no matter how much they suffered, not a single warrior would surrender. Her lips trembled, tears threatening to spill over. Even if by some miracle they survived, she wasn't certain about Ellie. Her little sister could fight. There was no contesting that. But the fear had overwhelmed her, made her forget her defenses, and within moments they'd been separated. Talon's second had split off to retrieve her, but then Fia's forces had swarmed in, their numbers seemingly infinite, and Ariana had lost track of her little sister. Ariana knew Talon's warriors were some of the best, but she also knew the devastations of war, and as much as she wanted to rage against the idea, she might never see Ellie again. Or anyone, for that matter. Hot tears streaked through the blood and dirt caking her face. Help wasn't coming. They'd fight as much as they could, but reality was closing in fast. They weren't going. She startled, Talon's warm hand breaking her downward spiral into despair. He stood, and despite the hopelessness that had settled over her, his jaw was still set, his eyes determined. No matter how bleak, Talon wasn't giving up this fight. She wiped her tears away and took his outstretched arm. It didn't matter if they wouldn't live. It didn't matter the impossibility. All that mattered was their last stand, these last moments. Because if they were going to die, then they'd go together. They'd make a final display so grand the people of Moirin would sing songs about them for centuries. The lost queen and her warriors. Ariana settled back into her stance, letting Talon's teachings flow through her. Talon yanked water particles from the air, and she followed his lead. It burned. Her magic burned, spluttering like a stream running dry. But she kept tugging at those depleting reserves, refusing to accept defeat. The particles surrounding the pair hardened into ice, and her breath clouded despite the warm air. Talon rotated his blade, stretching his wrist, and launched back into the fray. Ariana followed. Her two large swords slammed into her enemy's shield, and she gritted her teeth against the sound, spinning toward his exposed left side. Her blade met its mark, warm blood rushing from the wound. She withdrew and collided with a second. Just one more, she kept promising herself. One more enemy and she'd get to go home. One more death and she'd get to see Ellie's smiling face, safe and sound at their family estate. One more and Talon could rest and... Their entire line stepped back. Another comrade fell, too far for her to reach as Fia's forces pushed them back again, their magic like a battering ram against their dwindling energy. Talon gritted his teeth, hardening a shield around his comrades as the flames threatened to break through. She lunged again, sinking her blade deep. One more. Another comrade fell. One more. Hot blood splattered across her face, and she turned to watch the male guarding her right fall, his throat wide open. Talon grabbed her arm and twisted her body behind his. He sank his teeth into Fia's warrior, returning the favor. She tried to breathe, to think as fire spun at her front. Ariana barely had enough time to summon a shield, the thin ice melting almost as soon as it formed. Talon twisted away from her, then another warrior caught her leg, knocking her off balance. She hit the bloody ground, her elbows stinging from the impact. On her back, Ariana tried to crawl away from the male stalking toward her, tried to scream Talon's name above the roaring chaos. Her hand slipped out from beneath her, and panic shot through her body when the male lunged. Ariana clenched her eyes, bracing for impact. She was out of magic, out of options. An earth-shattering roar echoed across the battlefield, pulling the male's attention. Grains of earth surrounded her body seconds later like a warm embrace, carrying his scent with it. Ariana hardly noticed the blood that tainted that scent, hardly noticed anything as she watched auburn hair join the fray, his sand tearing through the enemy with burning intensity. Her body shook, but Ariana grabbed her sword and struggled to her knees. She panted and watched. Rion's earth had wrapped itself around her comrades as well, leaving just enough space for them to observe and join the fight once they'd recovered. Even Talon took a moment to breathe. His eyes met hers, and she gave him a subtle nod, indicating she was all right. None questioned his presence. None so much as flinched from the earth circling them, the particles never ceasing their movement. And Ariana couldn't help but watch as Rion, this male she'd grown to love, tore through Fia's warriors with practiced ease. She'd seen that fierceness before, the gleam in his eyes as they danced from one opponent to the next. A sob escaped her lips. He'd come for her. Despite everything he'd said, Rion was here. More warriors from Moirin joined the battle, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Talon broke from his shield first with renewed vigor. Water yanked from the bodies of their enemies and floated in the space between him and Rion. The two males stood back to back, facing the numerous warriors who sought to tear them down. Rion's sand spun in a violent storm, and Talon's ice joined it, chipping away at the plating on their enemy's armor until that cyclone found flesh and screams replaced their confidence. The two remained close, each relying on the other to guard their back as they whipped their magic from that protective circle over and over again. Spears of ice from Talon, chunks of rock from Rion, in rhythm, as if the two breathed together. They wouldn't fall now. She knew it in her heart. No one else was going to die. Ariana! Her heart jolted at the sound of Rion's voice, and she sucked in a breath when their eyes met. But his shifted, and he jerked his chin to her left. Ariana followed his gaze toward a sphere of earth just outside the chaos. Warriors were already hammering away at it and dying as tendrils of earth shot from the cocoon like vipers. She met his gaze again, then every warrior separating her from the sphere froze, their bodies encased in dirt and sand. Ariana didn't hesitate. She launched from his protective shell and sprinted toward the sphere. His magic caressed her skin, sticking close. Some warriors noted her running form and made to strike, but ice crawled up their bodies, and she glanced back to see Talon focusing on her. Ariana didn't pause to deliver any killing blows. She just kept running, heart pounding against her ribcage the whole while. The sphere opened like a mouth ready to devour, and Ariana leapt inside, darkness converging on her when the sphere sealed itself again. Ariana fell to her knees, struggling for breath, but a familiar scent had her head snapping up. She couldn't see, but the copper taste in the air mixed with her sister's scent told her enough. Ellie needed help. Fast. Kyrian! A sob escaped him. He said you could heal her. Ariana crawled toward his voice, her heart hammering in her chest as she tried to listen, to focus. Her sister's breathing was too shallow, her heart rate slow. Ariana bumped into her sister's unconscious body and quickly found where Kieran was keeping pressure on a deep wound in Ellie's abdomen. She tried not to let panic set in at the feel of Ellie's blood. Her lips quivered, and Ariana begged whatever God had granted her the gift of healing to allow her just a bit more, just enough to save her sister, her beautiful, alive little sister. The light in her palms flickered to life, spluttering as if it might give out any moment. It illuminated Ellie's grimaced face and all the cuts and bruises forming down her arms. Ariana's magic found a broken rib. 2. The magic worked, far too slow for her liking, but little by little, the wound closed and Ellie's blood stopped flowing. Kyrian loosed a slow breath, but his hand never released Ellie's. Time seemed to crawl. The clashing of steel faded. The battle cries stopped echoing, and finally, Ellie took a deep breath. Her eyes cracked open a fraction, eyes so much like her own, and Ariana gripped her hand, kissing her knuckles despite the blood covering them. Kyrian let out another sob, and Ellie parted her lips. "Don't try to talk," Ariana's voice cracked. "You're safe now." Her little sister smiled. "Your Rion doesn't seem so bad." They settled in a ruin, carrying their injured inside the charred remains of someone's home. Those with the ability put out surrounding fires, but most collapsed against the structure in exhaustion, sending up whispered prayers of thanks. But Ariana couldn't rest. Not yet. She kept healing, kept moving from body to body, no longer caring who knew and who didn't. After how hard they'd fought to protect her, she refused to let any of them die. Talon barked orders to those with enough energy to move and set up a perimeter, instructing the able-bodied to check for survivors in the surrounding rubble. She didn't want to imagine the funerals or the cries of pain when those in shelters discovered their loved ones weren't coming back. Rion settled himself in a far corner, and Ariana watched him carefully before kneeling at her sister's side again. Ellie had fallen asleep before the battle even ended, but she was alive, thanks to Rion. Her little sister was still alive. So what did that mean for her? Ariana stood with a heavy sigh and walked away without a word to anyone. She knew all eyes followed her, as they likely would for the rest of her life, but she also knew they'd give her a minute to herself, because they understood exactly how she felt. Ariana hid behind the nearest structure and leaned her head against the crumbling stone. She tried to take a deep breath, but the acrid air burned her throat and she coughed instead. Her vision blurred, and Ariana tilted, but strong arms pulled her against a warm body, and she let herself fall into him, knowing exactly who stood beside her by his scent alone. Ariana's body trembled, but for the first time in over a month, her heart felt whole. He'd done so much in the span of an hour. He'd eliminated their enemy. He'd saved her sister. Then he'd helped secure a place for them to rest. But how much good would it take to erase a lifetime of sin? How many lives needed to be saved to replace one stolen? Ariana pushed away from him, and Rion let her, but his hands remained lightly on her shoulders as if awaiting her next move. "I need to know," she rasped. "I need to hear it from you." His heart pounded. Did you kill?" Ariana couldn't finish the sentence. "No." She searched for the lie, trying to scent it in the surrounding air, but she only tasted fear. So much fear. "I swear." His voice shook. "I took her. I won't deny that. But I swear to you, Ariana, I never hurt her." Ariana tried to calm her breathing. And the rest? It all came crashing back. "I don't want you anymore." "Lies," he whispered. "All despicable lies." She didn't move. Couldn't, as she tried to process his words and the truth in them. She didn't have the courage to meet his gaze. Her father believed Rion had killed her mother, yet Rion claimed innocence, and neither male was lying. Ariana." Her head whipped toward Talon's worried face. He paused mid-step and took in Rion's hands on her shoulders, but before he could speak, and before she understood why, Ariana found herself running into Talon's arms. He held her close, and she finally let the last few hours come crashing down. The pain, the hurt, the fear. And when she turned back around, Rion was gone. Chapter 45. Cersa. Cersa studied those seated in the small room, a gathering she'd never thought to see again in her lifetime. Avalon, Moirin's High Lord, sat in a chair with his hands folded, rage pouring from his body. 10 warriors, 6 male and 4 female, surrounded him, each standing with their weapons drawn, eyeing her younger brother. And 3 of his council members sat at the very back with wary expressions. Cersa had ensured her sentries kept their weapons away. Tensions were high enough without provocation. She eyed Rion, oddly the calmest among them. She was certain the female was alive, but had he spoken with her? Had he explained himself? "Your assistance was the last thing we expected," Avalon began. Cersa cleared her throat. She didn't have time to prepare a speech, but blunt truth had served her well in the past. "Before the war, our families were allied for centuries. Upon learning the truth, we felt the need to rekindle that alliance." Avalon's hateful gaze locked on Rion, though her little brother didn't seem to notice.
And you claim, after all these years, that this creature had no involvement in my mate's death?
Cersa stiffened at the word mate. Not a wife, not a lover. His mate. She never wanted to experience the depth of that loss. Rion answered for her, his voice steady.
Brona's High Lord ordered her kidnapped for negotiation purposes. He wanted to force your hand with a difficult arrangement, but I never.
Avalon slammed his fists on the table.
I saw you.
Cersa held up one hand to steady her guards.
I was there that night, and I saw you standing over her. And yet my hands were clean,
Rion replied.
I wasn't covered in her blood.
Avalon scoffed.
With that magic of yours, what need do you have for a blade? And I suppose you'll say my magic can cut like a blade, too. I don't think I need to remind you about the circumstances of her death. A shadow weaver from Fae took her from me. Had your mate remained at my side, she would have lived.
Avalon snarled, his hands curling so tight that his fingernails bit into flesh. Rion had been right. Convincing the High Lord of his innocence was going to prove difficult, but Cersa hoped not impossible. Avalon relaxed his hands, but his rage remained.
I'll grant your alliance on one condition.
He inclined his head toward Rion.
You let us execute that demon. Then we can discuss terms.
He's innocent.
Innocent?
Avalon gave her an incredulous look.
What about the other mates he slaughtered? The comrades we've lost and innocents that fed his insatiable thirst. Don't they deserve to be avenged?
Cersa stood. This is ridiculous. After he just said...
Do you swear it?
Rion asked. All eyes turned to him.
You'll make peace at the cost of my life.
Rion! Avalon's eyes hardened.
You have my word.
Cersa growled. As soon as Rion agreed, Avalon had him in chains, shackled at the wrists and ankles. Cersa followed the guards guiding her little brother to the dungeons and snarled at any who dared pull the chains too hard. Rion, you don't have to do this. There's always another way.
Not for Avalon.
I'll find something to offer him. You just have to give me time. He didn't respond, so she ran to his front, stopping both Rion and the guards eager to get him below the surface. Tell me why, she demanded. He'd been so adamant about finding this female, and now, all of a sudden, he was willing to die?
Because life isn't worth living without her.
The guards tried to push forward again, but she hissed at them. What are you talking about? Just go talk to her. You have centuries to work things out. There's always...
No, Cersa, there's not a way. Not this time. She's the divine. She's royalty, and I'm...
He laughed to himself.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'll always be nothing, and I don't have the strength to watch her from a distance.
His sorrowful gaze met hers.
I'm tired of fighting. So tired of fighting. It's all my life has been. Just one impossible battle after another.
The guards started walking again, and she stepped aside. But there are other things worth living for. Rion didn't look back.
Go home, Cersa.
She stood, rooted to the spot, her heart breaking as it had done when her mother had disappeared, as it had done when she'd killed their father, and for all the years she'd spent regretting the decision to hide behind her little brother. Go home? Leave him to suffer again? How could she possibly do that now? Chapter 46. Rion. His sister stopped following when the guards led him past the thick iron doors of Moirin's underground dungeon. Braziers were lit every few feet. The sentinels sneered at him as his escort led Rion deeper and deeper into the cavern's winding depths. Not many who ventured this far ever saw light again. But Rion would, because Avalon had plans for his execution, Plans, he was sure, that would involve a very painful end. Ariana. He couldn't pinpoint exactly when he'd come to need her so much. Maybe it was the first time she'd shown him an ounce of compassion. Maybe it was the moment she'd entered his cabin. Not that it mattered now. She'd run to someone else, someone who wasn't a monster, someone she trusted to hold her bleeding heart. She no longer needed him, not in the same way he needed her. Water dripped down the walls as they descended further, and the musty scent of decay overtook the other prisoners' stench. He ignored those who called to them in passing, ignored the guards who tugged on his chains. Rion no longer cared because, just as he told Cersa, he was tired of fighting. He was thankful to his sister, really. She was the one who'd convinced Alec to aid Moirin, and now that more people knew Ariana's secret, he didn't need to worry about her safety. And he'd be out of her life forever. She'd find her mate and live happily ever after without the demon to haunt her. Rion entered his cell, and the guards slammed the iron door behind him. He walked to the far corner, leaned against it, and sank to the cold floor. Forgotten. That's what he deserved to be. And eventually his memory would fade from the world, and all would be right again. Rion closed his eyes. Despite his longing for solitude, heavy footsteps sounded minutes later with male voices echoing down the corridor. He sighed when those boots sloshed through the puddle outside his cell. "You're really just going to let them kill you?" Was that disappointment in his voice? Rion looked at Talon. He stood with his arms crossed, a longsword strapped to his back, and countless blades hidden between the folds of his clothing. "It was bound to happen eventually." "And Ariana?" Rion's jaw clenched, remembering Talon's arms around her. "She'll be safe in your care. She'll mourn for you." Yes, she would, because that was Ariana. And though the thought pained him, it hurt far more to imagine a life without her. "I never realized you were so easy to kill." Rion smirked. "Jealous." Talon ignored the jab. Trickling water filled the silence. Then the male sighed. "You realize what Avalon plans will hurt a great deal." "Good." Again, silence. "I want to know who killed Lillian." Rion stretched his legs out. "Ask Avalon." "I'm asking you. I no longer serve Avalon. I serve my queen, and I will bring Lillian's murderer to justice." Justice. People's definition of it is a funny thing. Talon growled. "Tell me." Rion allowed himself a sarcastic smile. He'd miss riling this male up. "I hunted him afterward, not out of any love for the Lady of Moirin, but because another stole my charge and thought he'd get away with it. However, I didn't calculate how much time the new war would steal from my personal vendettas." "So you never found out?" Rion flashed him a look. "I made time. I tracked his warriors to the border of Fae, and after a bit of convincing, they gave me a name." "Spit it out." "The estranged son of Fae's High Lord. From what I gathered, he's a shadow weaver himself, and a powerful one. He acted outside his father's influence and concocted a plan to divide Moirin and Brona for his country's own glory." Rion leaned his head back against the damp wall. "There's also rumor that Padrigine is involved, though it's unclear how deep their alliance runs." "Padrigine? I thought the two countries hated one another." "The countries, maybe, but sometimes individuals make their own plans." Talon shifted on his feet. "I knew to keep an eye on Fae. They're warmongering dogs, but I never expected them to pit our countries against one another. Nor did I expect to be the pawn that started it." Talon turned, but paused. "I wanted to be the one to kill you." "So, you are jealous." Rion smirked. "Sorry to disappoint. The only disappointment is discovering I no longer want to." And damn him, it sounded like he cared. Chapter 47. Arianna. Arianna hid in the shadows of a large oak, clutching her knees to her chest as she stared into the calm waters outside her family's estate. There had been a time, before iron and captivity, when the gentle sound of the trickling falls would have calmed her racing thoughts. But not today. She gritted her teeth. A coward. That's exactly what she'd become. She'd overheard her father mention a meeting between Moirin and Brona, one that she should likely attend, but she'd hidden instead, unable to face the male that caused her heart to race. He'd saved her sister. Rion had told her as much. Without him, Ellie would have been another forgotten body on a bloody battlefield. Without him, she and Talon might not have survived at all. Even so, she'd run, and the regret was like a heavy stone in her heart. Ariana angled herself so she could stare at her reflection. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes from days of restless sleep, but it wasn't just the nightmares that kept her awake at night. It was the thought of him returning to Brona. The knowledge that once he left, it'd be difficult to ever see him again.
I swear.
Her throat tightened. What was she supposed to believe? It wasn't as though Rion was a saint. He'd admitted that much himself. But would he twist the truth to ensure they stayed together? Would her father do the same to keep their countries at war? But their scents. She hadn't smelled a lie on either male, not so much as a hint behind their anger and desperation. Ariana dropped her head in her hands. A cool breeze rustled through the bare branches above, carrying a strange scent that had the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Magic. And death. She stood, heart racing as she stared through the freshly budding bushes toward its origin. She'd never scented anything so cold before, not on the battlefield, not in the long months she'd been kept as a slave, not during the attack. So why was she smelling it now, in her home country and so close to her family's estate? Tentatively, Ariana stepped away from the crystalline pool, moving toward the stairs that would lead her closer to that wretched scent. The air seemed to pulse with an electric current, and her skin crawled in response. Her heart hammered faster and faster. Then something hit her in the chest so hard it sent her backpedaling. Ariana sank to her knees on the stairs, clutching her torso as pulsing pain racked her body. It felt as though someone had thrown a javelin straight through her heart. She took shallow breaths, but each one felt like a million shards of glass grating against her lungs. She wanted to cry out, but couldn't catch her breath. That scent increased tenfold, and her stomach dropped as if she'd leapt from a cliff. Something was wrong, so very, very wrong. Her body urged her toward the scent as if her life depended upon it, and despite gasping for air, Ariana forced herself to stand. She took one shaky step at a time, breathing, 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 and somehow made it down the stairs. Desperation flooded through her veins in an icy torrent as she stumbled along the stone walkway toward the dais where her father had hosted the celebration for her homecoming. But the scent kept going, pulling her toward the rear corner of her family's estate. It was a place her father had forbidden them to play as children. A sacred space, he'd called it, but she and Ellie had always found it eerie, as if angry spirits haunted the grounds. That pain lanced through her again, stealing the air from her lungs, and she leaned against a pillar to catch her breath. She kept moving, drawn by an invisible force. Ariana found herself at the top of another staircase, looking down upon a shallow, sparkling pool of water. 12 white pillars surrounded the area, all a head taller than herself. In summer, ivy would be crawling up each one, green, alive, and vibrant. But the brown husks only added to the eerie air surrounding the place. A dozen Fae stood in a circle, each waist-deep in the water. They wore Moirin's blue and silver ceremonial robes with the hoods pulled up. All except her father. He stood with his arms outstretched and head tilted toward the heavens as if in prayer. And at their center stood a single individual. The water before the Fae had frozen solid, stretching all the way to what Ariana finally realized was their prisoner. This place. Her hand flew to cover her mouth. This was where the high lords and ladies of Moirin performed their executions. No, not just executions. This was a place where the worst of the worst came to be punished, where they suffered slowly, their bodies freezing one cell at a time. She'd thought the practice banished long ago. Ariana studied the figure at their center. The wind blew away from her, carrying their scent with it. Ice had already crawled halfway up their body, but whoever it was hadn't started screaming yet. She knew the way cold burned, and wondered if anyone could deserve such a brutal fate. The crippling pain in her chest pulled again, and before Ariana realized it, she was at the base of those stairs. The Fae chanting filled her ears, an ancient, hollow sound that made her skin prickle as she continued to circle, her mind desperate beyond reason to see who stood at the center of this dreadful magic. It echoed in her bones, screaming at her to hurry, hurry, hurry. She could hear the prisoner's ragged breaths now. Male, definitely male. The ice had solidified up to his chest, and he'd clenched his fists as if holding in the pain, refusing to give in to its demands. Ariana took another step, but no one in the circle seemed to notice her. She caught a glimpse of auburn hair beneath the hood. Another step, and she saw his angular face, his lips tinted blue from the cold. Another step, and the wind shifted, carrying her scent toward her father's prisoner. Ariana's heart clenched as emerald eyes slid to meet hers, and that cord, that bond she'd been denying, sprang to life. It braided itself together, weaving between her and the male until it was so strong Ariana was certain no blade could ever sever it. All doubt, reason, and grief left her, replaced by a rage she'd never experienced. It burned like wildfire, pulsing, humming as if alive. And Ariana roared. Those nearest to her leapt back, their spell broken, and Ariana plunged straight into the freezing water. Steam rose up around her body as she fought her way through the ice, breaking it down chunks at a time. She snapped her teeth and tugged at her magic, using the water from that cursed pool to throw the Fae away from him. Waist deep, she wrapped her arms around Rion's torso, desperate to bring warmth back to his frozen body. He didn't move. "What's the meaning of this?" Her father was the only one left in the water. All others had fled to the stone bank, watching and waiting as they observed their lady's feral rage. Her father. He hadn't insisted she'd come to the meeting because this is what he'd been planning. He wanted Rion gone. Dead. She turned to him, growling so low and deep she didn't recognize her own voice. And her father. Her strong, courageous father, the male who'd declared her too weak to lead, yielded a step. Rion's body shivered, but she didn't remove her arms. Her magic flowed through him, both water and healing. She thawed his blood, warmed the muscles in his legs that had been completely frozen, then set to healing the tissue. So much damage, and she wasn't sure she could repair it all. Wasn't sure he'd be able to walk again. Another growl reverberated from deep in her chest as her father regained his composure and stepped toward them. He didn't stop, and every fiber in Ariana's body screamed at her to protect the male in her arms, to protect her mate. The water to her front solidified and shattered into 1,000 shards. She tugged on those spears of glass, surrounding herself and Rion in their protective embrace before launching half at her father. Avalon pulled at the particles in the air and shielded himself from her blast. He growled in warning at his eldest daughter, but Ariana wasn't finished. No, she'd make them all realize. Make sure they knew that no one, absolutely no one, was going to take her mate from her. The water around her body reacted, solidifying all the way to the bank, and she yanked the liquid from her father's grasp, leaving him standing on bare stone. The ice towered and circled her and Rion like a giant serpent, cracking and refreezing as she shaped it to her liking. Her father froze, mouth gaping, but she could feel his magic prodding, searching for any scrap of moisture to fight with. She didn't give him a drop, and once again, her father took a retreating step back. Vulnerable. That's what she'd just made the High Lord of Moirin. Rion's body shivered, and Ariana poured more heat into him, praying and praying that he wouldn't collapse right there. His skin was still ice cold, but his body was healing. Slowly, it was healing. A female standing on the bank lowered her hood and took a tentative step forward. Ariana's eyes shot toward her, though she didn't take her attention completely from her father. "She's healing him!" All eyes turned toward the female. Rion stepped back, balancing his body, and his breathing came deeper. Thank the gods he was standing. She could do this. She could get him to safety. "Avalon, your daughter is healing him!" Ariana didn't release her grip, and slowly Rion's arm came to rest on her shoulders. Chains rattled, and she snarled at the iron around his wrists. The ancient texts were wrong. Everything they had ever taught her was wrong. He wasn't any more cursed to his magic than she was to hers. Magic was magic. Having a different sort didn't mean you'd bring destruction upon the world. Avalon collected himself, but she could see the uncertainty in his gaze. "Step away, Ariana. This creature—" "Mine," she growled. "He's mine." Her father's eyes flew open wide, but if he understood, she couldn't tell. Ariana only knew one thing. She needed to get Rion out of here, away from these Fae, away from danger. She stepped back, and Rion followed, his legs near buckling. Another step, and her father yanked at the magic again, trying to tear it away from her body. Ariana growled and solidified ice around Rion in a protective cocoon, then launched herself at Avalon. She pinned him to the ground, pressed her hand against his chest, and let frost crawl across his torso. "You will not touch my mate!" He froze, and for the first time, she tasted fear. Genuine fear. Those surrounding didn't move as she challenged each in turn. "If anyone else comes after him, I will kill you." Her words didn't sound like her own. They were words of command, of threat. Ariana returned to Rion, melting the surrounding magic without thought before wrapping her arm around his waist. He leaned into her. "Ariana." His voice was so low she barely heard it. "I'm here. I've got you." His hand clenched her shoulder, weakly, as if he couldn't quite get his muscles to obey. And they kept walking, until they were out of the pool, until those dressed in ceremonial robes were far behind, rushing to tend to her father. Until the pair were up the stairs and across the landing, her magic still a raging storm around them. Rion sank to his knees, and Ariana sank down with him. "Just a little further," she promised, voice cracking. "Please, Rion." He ground his teeth and placed one foot on the ground, crying out as he stood and leaned against her. She frantically searched the area. They were in the middle of Moirin, a country that was supposed to be her home, but right now felt more like a death sentence. Any minute now, those with her father would sprint up those stairs, and she'd have to face them on her own. She just needed... Her eyes landed on the guest house across from the estate. It wasn't much, and she wasn't sure what she would do, but she needed shelter. Maybe she could form a perimeter, stand guard. But there were stairs, and Rion's body was giving out, and the shackles around his ankles. Tears of frustration pricked at the corners of her eyes. Voices sounded from behind, those with her father now daring to ascend the stairs. Just a little further, just a little further, just... "Lady Ariana." Her head snapped toward the voice. Owen stood at the base of the stairs they'd been approaching. He stepped forward, one arm outstretched, and like something had possessed her, another growl echoed from deep in her throat. Owen paused and scented the air before turning his wrists up. He placed one knee on the ground, but his eyes never left hers. I'm here to serve you, my queen, whatever you need. Panic swept through her body as the voices behind grew louder. I need help. Owen was at her side a second later, his wrists and throat still exposed. Tell me how. I need him in there. She tilted her head toward the guest house, and his gaze followed. He eyed those behind, then positioned himself to Rion's other side, glancing at her for permission to touch the male he'd once called a demon. She pressed her forehead against Rion's. I'm sorry, she whispered, because someone else was going to touch him. Rion's voice trembled. I trust you. Owen grasped Rion's other arm and draped it over his shoulder, taking the bulk of Rion's weight. They took the stairs one at a time, too slow for her comfort, and turned down the short path that led to the front door. Calm water surrounded the guest house, flowing in circular patterns carved into the stone. The setting sun glinted off the surface, and Ariana counted step after agonizing step. Rion's body was moving now, but his limbs were still too cold. The danger hadn't yet passed. And those damned shackles. Every sound from them set her on edge. Ariana threw ice at the door, splintering the wood as it crashed open. She focused her energy on the swirling lines of water in the stone and shot it skyward, freezing the liquid mid-air to create a barrier separating them from the outside world. They entered the safety of the small front room. She let Owen take Rion's full weight, and she ran for blankets, tossing them onto the floor in giant piles before returning to keep her magic flowing. I can light the fire, Owen said. She nodded and pulled Rion's shirt from his body, the material dripping as she tossed it in the corner. Owen had the fire roaring moments later. He bowed to her. If there's anything else you need, I'll be right outside. Guarding her door, as he'd always done. Keys, she said. Owen glanced at Rion's bound wrist and ankles and bowed. You'll have them shortly. Ariana didn't stop to think about how he'd convince her father to hand over those keys. Nor did she think about what the female had revealed about her abilities. Rion was all she cared about now. When Owen closed the door, Ariana stripped off Rion's pants, then removed her own clothes. She guided him toward the fire, then helped lower him to the floor and wrapped them both in the blankets she'd piled there. His skin was too pale, still too cold to the touch, but his blood was moving, his body warming with each passing minute. And his heart had started to beat right again, was starting to race as she wrapped her body around his, desperate to keep him alive. Those voices approached, but one growl from Owen had their sense retreating, or at the very least keeping their distance. Another growl vibrated through her as she thought about their hands on Rion and the ice they'd made crawl through his body. They'd been so close. Had she arrived a few minutes later, she might have lost him forever. And then she'd have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Rion's hand shifted, the chains rattled, and her head snapped toward it, watching his trembling fingertips as they moved toward her face and cupped her cheek. He drew her eyes to his, and Ariana's heart fluttered, that unrelenting anger melting to a deep ache. Tears formed in her eyes again. She'd almost lost him. Almost lost her mate before she'd even realized she had one. She gripped his icy fingers with her own. Can you feel it? Those once fierce green eyes misted over. This isn't possible. She gave him a small smile, not quite believing it herself. Apparently it is. And you're... He paused, choking on the words. You're okay with this? Ariana nuzzled his neck, then captured his lips with her own. Rion gasped, returning her vigor, and pushed her down into the pillows she'd scattered around them. He wrapped one leg around hers, as if he couldn't pull her close enough. Mate. Had she always known? Is that why she'd been so drawn to him even during those first frightening days? Was that why she could never seem to get enough of him? Rion broke their kiss, leaving her breathless and wanting. He propped himself up on one elbow and wiped her hair from her face.
I swear to you, I never hurt her.
His voice cracked, but somehow she felt his words and the truth in them. Her gaze traveled to the iron around his wrists. I don't understand. Had the meeting turned into a fight? Had they caught him? And if so, how? He looked away and swallowed hard.
I couldn't bear living without you.
Living without you, she began, her throat going dry. You let them? He truly felt so unworthy, so unloved that he'd allow himself to be taken from the world. And after she'd run from him, they hadn't even had a chance to talk, not really. Ariana reached for his face, but he gripped her fingers, pressing them to his lips instead.
I need you to listen to me for a minute. The bond.
His voice shook.
It takes time to settle, sometimes as long as a year.
His eyes closed.
I might not have killed your mother, but I've killed others. I'm not a good person, Ariana.
It doesn't.
Please, just let me say this.
She fell silent.
The severing of the bond is painful, but if it slowly dissipates, it won't hurt like that.
He took another unsteady breath.
I can run. I can do whatever you need me to do so you don't suffer.
I thought you said you could feel the bond. He could, couldn't he? Would it not be as hard for you? Rion's lips were over hers then, consuming her with such desperation she thought she might split in half. She moved with him, the ache in her soul wanting to claim him in every way. Rion trailed kisses down her neck and to her ear where he whispered,
The time I've spent without you has tormented my soul.
Ariana's hand traveled up his back, wanting to feel more of him. Then why would you say?
Because of who I am. You're the divine, Ariana. You're meant to do so many things, and I...
Don't talk like that.
I'm cursed, he finished. I have more blood on my hands than your father's entire force put together. I've done things that would make you sick, that would make the strongest Fae run in the opposite direction.
Ariana pressed the whisper of a kiss against his neck, and he shuddered. I don't care. She pressed another along his jaw. I don't care what you've done. She nipped his ear. I don't care who you were. Her lips grazed his mouth, dragging a moan from him. I only want who you are now. He pulled back from her then.
Just like that, without me having to confess my sins.
Ariana let out a low growl.
You're mine, and there is nothing you could ever say that would change that.
Rion rolled off her entirely and turned to face the fire, those damned chains still rattling. The blanket pooled at his waist, revealing his muscled lower back.
I want you to know. I want you to know the whole story so that you're never surprised.
You want to make me run. Ariana moved to sit beside him and rested her head against his shoulder. He leaned into her.
I don't want you to, but I don't want you learning about my past and then looking at me like the monster I am. I don't want the bond to settle and then face your regret.
Ariana sighed, fed the fire, then returned to the blankets. She never stopped pouring her magic into him, probably wouldn't until she was beyond certain he wouldn't die, because the thought of living without him hurt too much.
I wasn't born with my magic. No one usually is. So I lived the first 10 years of my life like a normal young lord. I attended parties, festivals, went to school, drove my parents crazy. I watched my friends awaken their magic one by one, most around 5 years old, a few a year or so later. I saw the way their parents' eyes lit up, and naturally, I wanted the same thing, to have my father tell me he was proud of me, to watch my mother celebrate by hosting one of her many balls. But as the years went by, my power didn't surface and my father grew distant. Then my mother disappeared. It was my sister,
Cersa, who took over raising me. It might sound crazy, but the kids would often tease me back then, claiming I'd be magicless like the half-breeds. So when those first particles of earth appeared, I didn't question the fact that it was different from everyone else's. Rion shook his head. My father's eyes didn't light up. They turned cold, glaring at me as if I'd done something terrible. He struck out at me, cut my face and arms. Cersa pleaded with him, begging for my life. I was young, so I didn't understand what was happening. I wonder now if my father missed on purpose, that maybe he had an inkling of love for his demon child and just couldn't stomach killing him. But I never found out. Cersa put a hole through his neck before he could decide whether I was worth keeping. Then the guards entered the room, and she was screaming at them to let her go, screaming my name for reasons I couldn't grasp. And my magic, it just reacted. I can't explain it, but the next thing I knew, those guards were on the ground, blood everywhere, and my sister was reaching for me with tears in her eyes. I don't know how long we ran, darting between buildings, moving as fast as we could toward the rear of the village. She took me to her teacher, a male she trusted with her life. I remember feeling the need to protect Cersa, and he suggested I take the blame for my father's death to do just that. My sister didn't like the idea, but she agreed. I spent several summers with him, Kaol. He treated me the same as anyone else, usually. Sometimes I'd catch him looking at me with an odd expression, like I was some kind of animal that would revert back to my feral nature if given the chance. And, as any rebellious teen does, I left the mountain despite his warnings. I knew what I'd done to my father's guards was wrong, but it had been an accident. In my naivete, I thought someone would understand. I found my old friends in a field playing ball. They took one look at me and I tasted their fear. Even my best friend, the one who promised we'd grow up together, took a step back, pulling at his magic as if to protect himself. Then we were attacked. I tried to fight them off, but protecting others wasn't something I'd trained to do. I wasn't faster than those 3 males before they killed 2 children. Ariana's hand covered her mouth. I killed the warriors who'd attacked us and fled. I don't know why the boys blamed me. Maybe they thought the males were my allies. Maybe they assumed I was there to take over Brona. He shrugged. I returned to Kaol. He lectured me, but after that night, something in him changed. I don't know if he didn't believe my story, or if he had other reasons, but less than a month later, he took me out into the forest and put 4 holes in my gut. Rion glanced down at his scars. He apologized and said it was for the best. I remember the anger rising in me as I pushed him away and realized too late that I'd pushed too hard. He didn't get back up. Who treated your wounds? Cersa. I spent an entire summer learning how to control my magic after that. Then entered Nadir with my head held high. I was done being branded an outcast. Alec raged when he saw me, but Cersa intervened. At the time, they were losing a battle with a nearby territory. Some Fae had taken a stand and decided they wanted their own country. Kaol had been the strategist. He taught me everything he knew. The rest I got from his books. I swayed Alec to give me the chance to prove myself. I think he just wanted me out of the city. When I returned successful, Alec begrudgingly accepted my presence. I was sent on all sorts of missions. Then the assassination attempts started. Some came from civilians, others from seasoned warriors. He flexed his fingers and swallowed hard before continuing. 2 years after my initial mission, Alec sent me out with a group. He claimed this task was sensitive and required a team regardless of my abilities. That's when I met her, a beautiful female who treated me like a living being instead of an abomination. I thought I was dreaming the first time she kissed me, thought I'd fallen into some kind of fairy tale. Then she put her knife in my back and I realized I was their mission. I think something broke in me that night. Something even Cersa couldn't fix. Alec and I never spoke about it. I accepted the silent challenge to see who would win in the end, me or his warriors. I marched to the borders, fulfilling every mission for about a decade. I'd organize their troops, disband those who were failing, and kill those who disobeyed. It was an easy existence. I knew where I stood. But one evening I returned, and a group came after me. By this point, I didn't care who it was. I killed them without a second thought. I relished in their leader's final breaths, at least until Cersa rounded the corner. I'll never forget the look on her face, or the overwhelming despair when she knelt before his bloody corpse. You see, that male had been someone she'd grown up with, someone she cared for, and I knew I had to leave. That's when you went to the mountains? He nodded. The knowledge that I'd hurt my sister after everything she'd done for me was my undoing. I won't say I went there expecting to die. If anything, I thought the monsters would present a challenge, maybe help me work off my anger. But the creatures I encountered weren't anything like the ones in my history book. Looking back, part of me wishes I had stayed on that mountain. Maybe I missed my sister. Maybe I was lonely. He shrugged. The moment I crossed back into Nadir, I realized nothing had changed. Every day was a power struggle. I avoided Cersa for her own sake, to make sure I couldn't hurt her again, and took on any job my brother threw at me. Occasionally I'd disappear back to the mountains, sometimes for days, other times months or years. At some point, I guess I just stopped caring. But you helped the slaves. Rion lowered his head. If you knew how many innocents I've killed, you wouldn't use the slaves as a way to excuse my actions. Looking at the slaves felt like looking at myself. I saw that 10-year-old boy who didn't have a choice in the magic he received. But the Fae from my country, I've looked civilians in the eye and robbed them of their lives because I thought, no, I knew they'd do the same to me. Civilians? She scented a spike of fear from him. All of them. She'd assumed he had some level of restraint since he cared about the slaves. But if he didn't, what if... Children. That's what you want to ask me about. She didn't move. I never hurt them physically, but I'm certain the mental anguish they suffered will leave a scar of its own. I sent the orphans to Cersa and never inquired about them afterward. Even those from Moirin? He nodded. From any country. But the others, he continued, I showed no mercy. Do you regret it? Some I do. Others I'd put down again without a second thought. His voice trembled. Part of me wonders how many were unnecessary. How many could have been someone like you or Cersa? Ariana swallowed hard. A child. He'd been a child the first time he'd had to defend himself. The atrocities he'd suffered would be enough to tip anyone toward the edge of madness. She knew he'd never be able to repent for all the lives taken, and that there would always be a stain, but she was willing to endure that with him. She'd accept the shadows that came with her mate, as he would accept hers. Silence followed and the fire crackled. Footsteps approached from outside and Ariana snarled. They slowed, and a tendril of magic slipped beneath the front door. A slender vine appeared, trailing across the floorboards in serpentine movements. It carried a single metal key. He'd done it. Somehow Owen had gotten her exactly what she needed. Ariana left the warm blankets to retrieve it and removed the dreadful iron from Rion's ankles and wrists. You should let me go. He choked on the words. You know it's for the best. I'm thankful, Ariana. So very thankful, but I am the monster they claim me to be, and no matter how much time passes, there's nothing I can do to change that. Were. His brow furrowed. You were the monster. You're not that person anymore. Rion bowed his head. You're important to them. And you're important to me. Ariana pushed him back into the pillows and pressed a kiss to his lips. I love you, Rion. I will always love you no matter what you've done. She lowered her voice to a whisper. You will never, never have to spend another day in this life alone. I won't allow it. His body trembled, then Rion flipped her over, devouring her mouth all over again. He tasted of salt and passion, of fire and earth, but the hands caressing her body were gentle, familiar. Promise me something. Anything, he breathed. Never leave me again. He pulled back to look at her. No matter what you might think is best, promise you'll never leave. I promise, so long as you don't order me away. I'll stay by your side for the rest of my existence. She hummed, and Ariana entwined her fingers in his hair and lost herself in his embrace. She'd never order him away, because Rion was hers, and she was never letting go. Chapter 48. Talon. Talon marched through the city with his bound captive dragging behind. 5 of his best warriors surrounded the bruised and bloody male, snapping their teeth and growling whenever he tried to resist. A male from Fia. But it wasn't the male that had his undivided attention. It was the hum in the air, the hearts that beat just a little faster, and the excitement coursing through their bodies. Talon studied the Fae in passing, inclining his head to listen. They spoke of an execution, a demon in their midst, and a legend. He bowed his head, trying to hide the smile that crept across his face. Talon didn't know what she'd done, but Ariana had taken matters into her own hands. He figured she would. After all, despite what she said, he knew she loved the male, no matter how much he hated it. Talon was sure Avalon would be in a rage when he arrived, though once he discovered the secrets Talon had pried from his captive, Avalon might change his mind about Brona's demon. Because just as the demon had claimed, he wasn't the one responsible for Lillian's death. But that didn't excuse him from the others. Even if she was the divine, Ariana was going to have a hard time convincing the Fae of Alastriona that she'd tamed the demon. He continued walking, scenting the air for the male he'd almost killed. Talon wasn't sure Avalon would let the creature walk down their streets, or even let him stay in the capital city. But what choice would he have? If Talon knew Ariana as well as he thought he did, she would give her father an ultimatum. And if Avalon denied her request, she'd leave, and Moirin would lose their hold on the divine, or the illusion of a hold. He ascended the stone stairs, his captive tripping as he struggled to keep his balance. The guards stationed outside the gate didn't stop him this time, and despite usually knocking, Talon marched straight through the main doors and into Avalon's office to find his High Lord pacing the floor, surrounded by his council. He remembered his manners enough to bow. "Where have you been?" Avalon growled. Talon yanked on the iron chain and forced the Fia male to his knees. "This one tells me interesting stories." Avalon grabbed the front of Talon's tunic. "I don't care about stories." Talon kept his gaze locked with the High Lord's. "You'll care about this one." Before Ariana, he would have backed down, knelt even. He had never dared to challenge the High Lord of Moirin, until now. Avalon studied his changed demeanor and let him go, shifting his gaze to the male kneeling on his floor. The male's wrists bled from the metal biting into his skin. Deep cuts were still healing all over his body, and he had a black eye from spitting at one of them that morning. Talon hadn't tolerated it well. Avalon clenched his teeth. "That demon Ariana is protecting isn't the one who killed your mate," Talon finished. Avalon's lips parted, and Talon yanked on the chain. "The shadows are gathering. I hope you're prepared for another war. This has been The Divine and the Cursed, a Fae fantasy romance, written by J.E. Reed, narrated by Laura Horowitz. Copyright 2022 by Jessica Reed. Production copyright 2023. All rights reserved.